Good evening. Before we call this meeting to order, we will hear instruction on how the public may access Spanish interpretation.
If we could hear how the public may access Spanish interpretation now, please.
Spanish o español según su formato. También puede seleccionar más o more según su formato y seleccionar la opción de interpretación para poder activar su canal en español. Si está uniéndose a nosotros vía Zoom en su teléfono inteligente, seleccione los 3 puntitos al pie de su pantalla, elija interpretación de idiomas y pulse Spanish o español para activar su canal. Gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
With that, we'll move on to our land acknowledgement. The City of South Lake Tahoe acknowledges the lands we occupy today are the lands and home of the Washishu, the people from here known today as the Washoe Tribe of Nevada and California, a sovereign nation. Since the beginning of time and for thousands of years before the arrival of any other people, the Washoe lived here and cared for this place, with values and intention that we can all learn from. On behalf of the City Council, I would like to acknowledge, thank, and honor the indigenous Washoe tribal communities that are the past, present, and future stewards of the Lake Tahoe Basin. With that, we'll call this meeting to order and move to the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Ms. Blankenship, can we get a roll call?
Of course. Councilmember Roberts?
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins? Here. Councilmember Robbins? Here. Mayor Bass?
Here.
All present.
Great. And Ms. Stroud, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We had 2 items on closed session this evening. First was conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation regarding the liability claim for Chris Fanini on a partial refund of inclusionary housing ordinance in lieu fee, and there is no reportable action. Second item was conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation in the matter of Leslie Asbury Workers' Compensation Appeals Board case number ADJ 18872-105, and there is no reportable action.
Great, thank you, Ms. Stroud. With that, we will go ahead and move on to public communication. This is the public's opportunity to speak on any topic not listed on this agenda. Comments shall be limited to 4 minutes. In accordance with the Brown Act, the City Council cannot deliberate or vote on any matter raised under public communications, but may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed. So with that, I'll open it up to anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on anything not on tonight's agenda. Is there Mr. Perini?
Staff, members of the public that are always here. And I heard that you have the capability of putting something on the ballot. So it's a perfect opportunity to put Measure T back on the ballot without the language that disqualified it. You know, it barely passed, but there was $500,000 spent against it. I don't think they'll be willing to spend $500,000 against for a losing proposition. So anyway, if you're going to put something on the ballot, I know you can't do it tonight because it's not on the agenda, but maybe after the first of the year, you can consider that again, since it did pass by popular vote. And obviously, there's a lot of people that have vested interests in it that are against it. I can understand their economic viability being in jeopardy, so to speak, but I still think you should put it to a vote of the people, and that's within your capabilities to do that. And I think it's an obligation to the citizens here to put something that they voted on back on the ballot to revote. Don't forget Property Tax Day, and don't forget the American Legion is selling See's candy. Thank you very much. My name is Lou Perini, and I had a business on the highway for 40 years, and I've been here for over 50. So I have a lot in the rearview mirror. Thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Perini. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Pepio.
Read it. Hi, Larry Pettigo, South Lake Tahoe. Just a quick rebuttal. David Jenkins, last council meeting or two, made a remark about reinventing history. If anybody cares to, they can go down to Poplar and Cedar near the casino corridor and just look for themselves. The hole's still sitting there, monoliths of concrete and steel, trash, weeds, and a tag fence, brown fence that's kind of falling apart. I got pictures on my phone if anybody wants to see them. Fun fact, $400 million in 2007 is worth $627 million today. All right, second point. We all just pledged allegiance to the flag to open this meeting, and I call on the City Council to affirm this pledge. Do its job, be brave, be bold, and fill the open seat. Left vacant because criminal activity by disgraced ex-mayor Tamara Wallace. Nobody else. It's her fault. Okay, that you're here with only 4 people on this council. So let's just remember that. Okay. Of the pool of 22 people that have put their names into the pool for the open seat, only 3 have ran.
Mr. Pedigo?
Yes.
Not just because we all want to hear your comments, just try to keep, this is just for, that's going to be on the agenda. It'll be our next thing, so keep on your comments, but if you don't mind, just keep the who we're going to appoint to that public comment, because we're going to have a period of public comment for that item, which is coming up next. This is just for anything not on the agenda. So keep at it, just.
Point of order, is that 3 minutes or 4 minutes?
You get 4 minutes on this one. On the next one, you get 3 minutes. It's just anything that's on the agenda, we try to keep you speaking while we're doing that item. So again, this is anything that's not on the agenda, which is where you started out, but you're kind of getting into what's coming up next, which is the appointment. That's all I'm saying. And I'll give you a little more time since I interrupted you.
Well, I had it queued up for 4 minutes.
Yeah, keep going. I'll
How
give
much
you a little
time
more
have I
time.
got left now?
I'm just reminding you again that this is coming up on the agenda next. That's all I'm reminding
It is coming
you.
up?
Yep.
Okay, I reserve my balance of time.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you because I want to hear what you're saying, but just trying to keep the point of order.
Yeah, I think that's just, yeah. I mean, that's, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Anybody else in the room for anything not on tonight's agenda? All right, seeing none, we will go to Zoom.
And open up our Zoom platform for anyone who wants to provide public comment on any topic not on today's agenda. No additional public comments, Mayor.
All right, great. So with that, we are going to move on to city commission reports. Is there anybody in the room from a city commission that would like to give a report? Seeing none, I don't believe anybody on Zoom either.
No commissioners on Zoom who have expressed a desire to make a report.
All right, so with that, we're going to move on to the reorganization of city council. This is going to be the city council vacancy. We have a few options that we can move with here, and as we saw in our last meeting, we had a very qualified and full slate of candidates to potentially fill a council member vacancy, and so I think that'll be the first part that we take on. We are going to need to open this up for public comment, so unless council has direct questions for staff around any of these 3 options, then I will go ahead and move us into public comment on the item. Everybody good? All right. So with that, we're going to go ahead and open this item for public comment. This is item number 1, the city council vacancy. So we will go ahead and open this up for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on this item. Mr. Pedigo, hey, that's what I was thinking, sorry. Now you can restart, a little practice.
All right, it's deja vu all over again. Okay, so fun fact, to my knowledge, and the fine city attorney can probably counter this, maybe, I don't know. I looked online. To my knowledge, California law bans public funding of campaigns. I think that was brought up at some point in time. And again, I'll defer on that, but I just did a quick lookup. Okay, of the some 22 people that have put their names into the pool for the open seat, only three have ran for city council, as you pointed out, Mayor Bass, in the past 10 years. I looked at the past elections. So that was Amy Zystra in 2024 with 2,405 votes, 17.41%. She placed third behind Keith by 216 votes. Heather Cade Bauer in 2024 had 791 votes, or 5.73%. Doug Williams ran in 2020 with 941 votes, or 4.87% of that vote. So, and no disrespect to the other 19 people in the pool, but I know very little about these people due to the lack of city vetting, weak press vetting, et cetera, that gave us Tamara Wallace. And I just, I hope that they do way better than her, okay, as far as ethics are concerned. So the correct and logical person, in my opinion, along with the recent will of the voters from 2024, should by all rights be Amy Zystra, pronounced, I think, Zystra. Pardon me, my last name's Pedigo, but I get a lot of different variations. Okay, Amy actually campaigned for the seat in 2024 along with Heather. Amy has a 30-year history of commitment and service to the community, and I personally believe our community needs a woman on this council to represent some 10,000 women in our city. Okay, as a side note. A special election costs money. It costs extra money in June. Primary elections typically have smaller turnouts than general elections. Holding a special election in June means a winter campaign that's difficult to walk neighborhoods, to meet voters. This means an expensive social media, legacy media, robotext, robocalls, mail flyers, and all the stuff that you can't even burn in your fireplace that shows up. So, our city, state, and country have problems right now today: affordability, housing costs, healthcare, wildfires, roads, the whole, the environment, education, transportation, trash, homeless, VHRs, MTBE, radon, milfoil, Asian clams, closed schools on both sides of the state line, closing businesses, and more. So we need leadership and a full council today to meet these issues, all right? Fun fact, that family of three with the new baby, if they were lucky to make $100,000 per year, that family could survive for 10,000 years on $1 billion. Okay, just check the math. There's a classic movie at this holiday season. It's called A Wonderful Life. And I want to remind everybody that George Bailey is the hero and Potter is the villain in this classic tale. In a classic scene, George argues with the wealthy, corrupt Potter and says, "My father did help a few people get out of your slums, Mr. Potter. And what's wrong with that? Why? Here, we're all businessmen here. Doesn't it make them better citizens, etc.?" So again, in my humble opinion, we should choose Amy.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Appreciate it. Anybody? Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
I feel like he queued it up for me because you don't know me, and that's it. To his point, I'm here to let you know who I am, a little bit about myself. For the record, my name is Heather Horgan. I'm one of the applicants that was here last time, and I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you tonight about who I am. I'm here with my husband, who I met in college. We've been together for 30 years. He works at Barton Hospital. We have 3 teenage boys we're raising in the city. I earned my undergraduate degree in environmental chemistry and toxicology from UMass and began my career as a chemist, analyzing water and soil quality. It was interesting work, but I realized I wanted more direct hands-on way to make a difference, which led me into nursing. I started as a nurse in Santa Barbara before pursuing graduate studies at UCSF. My degree program focused on community health, health policy, and healthcare administration. During my administrative residency with Cottage Hospital, I had the opportunity to review their community needs assessment and assist in preparing their community benefits plan. My graduate thesis examined how AEDs improve survival from sudden cardiac death in the community. After graduate school, I helped a neurosurgeon open a pain clinic, I taught nursing, and ultimately I joined Sutter Health. Experiencing an internal disaster during my shift was a defining moment that reshaped my career toward operational leadership and disaster readiness. Since then, I have traveled to FEMA's Center for Domestic Preparedness twice, soon to be 3 times in January, to study incident command, mass casualty response, and disaster coordination, and have completed training as a hazmat responder. These experiences cemented my commitment to resilience and effective community emergency response. After nearly 18 years in San Francisco, finishing a degree, building a career, and starting a family, I moved to South Lake Tahoe for the opportunity to work at Barton. My role as a night shift nursing supervisor in a level 3 trauma center was transformative. I supported the hospital through trauma activations, pandemic operations, and the Caldor fire evacuation. Those 6 years deepened my appreciation for the unique needs of our mountain community. This past year, I left Barton and transitioned to part-time employment. I have looked for new ways to serve. I joined El Dorado County Search and Rescue, completed CERT training, and I'm continuing to look for ways to use my 25 years in nursing to benefit this community. When this opportunity arose, it immediately resonated with me. It brings together everything I care about: policy, preparedness, communication, and the health and safety of the city I love. The last time I stood here expressing my interest, I was deeply moved by how many others feel the same call to action. We all want South Lake Tahoe to thrive. I'm here tonight because I feel I can bring the same integrity, competence, and steady leadership to this council that have guided my career. I thank you again for consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. All right, who would like to go next? Yes, Ms. Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and council members. My name is Erica Gonzalez, and I was one of the 22 candidates who applied for the vacant council seat. I want to share some concerns about the process, not to criticize, but because I know each one of you wants the strongest possible colleague at this table, and the community wants to trust that choice. With an appointment of this length and consequence, both the applicants and the public needed to know what you were weighing when it came to qualifications. But there was no consistent framework for our evaluating candidates. No standard questions, no clear criteria for what you were looking for. When you invite 24 people to present their qualifications, a structured process isn't just courteous, it's how you make an informed decision the community can trust. At the last meeting, council members argued that 4 council members shouldn't appoint someone when we could let voters decide an election. I understand the appeal, but respectfully, we already had an election and the voters made their choice. Special elections typically have significantly lower turnout than general elections, which is why many California cities have opted to appoint rather than hold expensive, low turnout elections. An appointment isn't overriding democracy. It's how council legitimately feels vacancy using judgment you were elected to exercise. There's also an argument that you should appoint someone who came in 3rd place to respect the voters' will. I understand why that's compelling, as they clearly have some community support. But the council still has a duty to evaluate all qualified applicants against clear criteria for this specific interim role. That process protects everyone, including the candidate who's ultimately appointed. Additionally, there's been support for appointing someone with commission and other city experience, which makes sense. Such a background is valuable, but multiple candidates brought that experience, and that experience alone doesn't distinguish between qualified applicants. We also cannot ignore that some applicants have close personal relationships with sitting council members. That's inevitable in a community of this size, but it's not necessarily disqualifying. But without disclosure of those relationships and transparent evaluation criteria, the public has no way to assess whether decisions are based on merit or influenced by personal connections. I believe this community needs an appointment now so council can function at full capacity. If a special election is the path forward, I hope you'll clearly explain the choice and its implications to the community. But whatever you decide, do it transparently. Disclose any close personal relationships with applicants, state the criteria you're using, and explain your choice in a way that shows genuine evaluation of each candidate's qualifications for this interim role. That's what the 22 of us who stepped forward deserve, and it's what the community deserves. A decision that reflects both community values and proven capacity to govern. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gonzalez. Who would like to go? Yes, Ms. Satterston.
So I debated what I was going to say today, but I really believe just one thing needs to be mentioned, so I'm going to keep it brief. I applaud everybody who stepped up to apply, and I applaud those who ran and lost only to step up and apply again. This is what we most need, is citizen engagement in the civic process. Unfortunately, it is not something that I have seen from a single one of the candidates, except for myself. And I am not even looking for this seat anymore. This is a joke. This whole process has been a joke. The number who left the last meeting before its end is any indication. I don't expect that there is going to be any level of participation going forward. City council is not a job. It is a commitment and a responsibility. It requires something beyond a desire to advance one's resume or ensure agenda items, or because you get caught up in the drama. City council is not a process that is driven by those over there. It is driven by us, over here, on this side of the podium, participating in the process at every step. If you truly want to change our community, you must show up and speak on every issue every time. This side of the podium is where we want to be. We must start participating instead of simply reacting. Thank you and good luck to everybody. Regardless of the outcome today, I will continue to show up, and I hope that each and every one of you will as well. There are some of you that have so many job commitments and so many board commitments that I do not see how you can possibly dedicate the time that it would take to learn this position for this interim appointment. So I encourage all of you to run in November. I will be doing so. Please get involved and step up.
Thank you, Ms. Sauterson. Who would like to go next? Yes, please just state your name for the record.
That's the time clock.
It is. You'll see the lights will change as well.
Hello, everybody. Nice to meet you. I'm Karen Steele. I am a homeowner in South Lake Tahoe. I also own a business. And I'm just coming to speak to you today, basically just to share my impressions from the last council meeting and my recommendations in going forward. I was really disappointed at the last meeting that we didn't come away with an elected city council member. I mean, it was a lot of time, a lot of people came, a lot of effort, and it was just disappointing that we didn't come away with that. So I feel like ideally, number one, please, can we leave this meeting with an appointment? And the reason for that is because to go through and do another election is costly. It's very costly to the town. It also holds up any possible decision-making and time. And I actually went back and reread your candidate statements, Mr. Roberts and Jenkins, and I really appreciate what you ran for and said that you were really for the people and fairness and business, so diversity, all those things. And I voted for, one of you, and I really appreciate that you stated that in your commitment. So now, a year later, this is very unfortunate that we're in this situation and we have to have this election. So I just ask you to please consider what's best for the city, what's best for all of us in moving forward and having this appointment done so we can get things done. Now, with that being said, I would like to express my endorsement for Amy. I think that we probably have different political views, and that's okay. I think all of us in this room do, and that's what we want on a council. We want people that have different viewpoints. We want different backgrounds and family, all different elements, because we all have, we're a small town. Like, this is Tahoe. So I would ask you to please be open-minded and please consider the fact that 2,405 people came out last time, slept out of their homes and their jammies, and came down and voted for Amy. So I think that says a lot. Is my time? It's expensive to run. It's expensive to get up there. It's not that hard to fill out an application and be up here and run. It's not that hard. So I just think that the people that actually went through the trouble of making signs and campaigning, that really deserves something. That delta of those votes was 216. So I think if we just got 217, we could be in a different situation here, and we would be supporting any of you to be on this, in this situation. But I'd really ask you to please consider what you pledged when you ran. Be open-minded, support Amy. She is a solid citizen. She's honest, and to me, one of the most important things right now is trust. I want someone that I can trust, and that's Amy. Go Amy. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Steele. Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
Hi, my name's Colleen Bai. I'm a longtime, over 30-year Tahoe resident. I too want to support Amy in being appointed for city council. And Heather gave a completely compelling case, for sure. Like, in the next election, I don't know, maybe I would vote for Heather, but Amy did, she got third place. She took the time to run, and I just don't see how you could do anything else without an election. And we don't want to wait until June. I mean, we want to see 5 members of the city council now. Now, I'm really attached to the Boys and Girls Club as far as being in this community and helping out so many families, and that's something that she's the director of, and her experience with the board. You know, I just think she's the right person for the job now, and then we can have the next election, and you people can campaign, and that'll be fair, but she was the people's choice, so that's all. Thanks.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Anybody in the room? Mr. Poet.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Like all of you here, I was pleasantly surprised at the outpouring of candidates for the vacant seat for city council. It was, I went through I was here for the meeting. I went through the notes, the Tribune, and also reheard the testimonies of the people in their 3-minute sessions last time around. And so I was impressed. And there are many, many good, strong candidates that I think are worthy of holding the office. But there's one that has, if you will, an X factor. And that would be for her showing in the election that happened 13 months ago. So, voice of the people, vox populi, goes to this individual, this woman. And showing is as in win, place, show. So I hope that you consider that. But either way, it's important, I think it's more important, that tonight is the night that you pick somebody. We don't go till June. So I would like to close quickly with a quote from a famous president. In any moment of decision, the best thing you can do is the right thing. The next best thing is the wrong thing. But the worst thing you can do is nothing. Theodore Roosevelt. Thank you very much for hearing. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, peace on earth. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Poet. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment? Yes, Mr. Fink.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and council members. I'm back, and I too really would implore you to make an appointment. I feel like our city has got a lot of national attention. We look really dysfunctional when we can't make an appointment. The 4 of you were elected to make decisions just like this, and I think making an appointment is the right move. I'm fine with Amy. I feel like there was at least 5 or 6 of us that are qualified candidates. I, of course, was not eligible to run until March when I was annexed in the city. That's maybe why I have not run before. But if you are interested in making an appointment tonight, which I implore you to do, if you have concerns that, like, oh, you're going to give somebody a leg up for the next election in November, I will pledge to not run in November of 26 if that means that we can have appointment and have a full city council. That's my takeaway goal. If you guys can agree on Amy, I'm great with that too, but I would really like to see you make a decision. Let's have a full functional city council, please. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fink. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Mosier.
Good evening. Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. Just a couple of points I'd like to make here is in Paula Peterson's article in South Tahoe Now, where she, and also mentioned by several people here about the vote count and Ms. Zystra, getting the 3rd most votes and whatever. I would just like to point out that in the previous election here, because in large part because of Measure N, there was also quite a few more votes So, take that into consideration. That kind of skews the numbers a bit and stuff. So, I don't see that as a real, viable argument. Also, and nothing against Amy. It's just a matter of fact. If you want to use that as a basis, Mr. Robbins was the biggest vote getter when he ran, and he's not even made it to pro tem, let alone mayor. And that's, in the past has been one of the arguments put forth here is, make somebody mayor, and, Judy Brown, they pushed up, and she got to be mayor twice, and when, wasn't really qualified to begin with at all. And but anyway, if, like I said, if, I don't see that as a qualifier either. And like I said, Mr. Robbins never made it, even to pro tem. So also, I've been asked a couple of times why I didn't run or haven't run. And, I've received some, a couple of elections back, 2 people came up to me after the election and over the course of time and said they wrote my name in. And so I, had to come to the conclusion that the election was rigged. So, I don't bother running. So also, 3 other reasons is I don't have a BS in BS, number 1. Number 2, I'm a devout Marxist. Groucho, Harpo, Zeppo, and Chico. Number 3 is, and most important one, is fear of losing. Jesus lost his only election, and look how that ended up. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Yes, please come forward. Mr. Gonzalez.
Hello, everyone. I didn't prepare any statements for any of this, but it seems like I really could have. I could totally give a little legal discussion about it. I sent everyone a resolution of what I have a creative idea to fill the vacancy. Everyone here, I guess I'm just making a statement to the public. But, there's some points that have been raised by everyone else already here. There's, the fact that the election that Ms. Seastra participated in was a different election. I'm not going to totally discredit the reasoning behind that choice, but legally, that can raise questions. Legally, this is the second half of the vacant term, so actually it says on the website there's not supposed to be a special election, and it's supposed to be under subsection B of the government code. I couldn't, that's all. But basically, they've been discussing here at the council that they want to do a different option. But it'd be filling the seat. That's the goal. We need to fill the seat. We could pick one person. We could pick all these people. The state law does not prohibit voting for all of the applicants at the same time. In fact, a specific section in the California Government Code permits it. It is permitted. We could actually vote for all of the applicants at the same time. We could have them all serve one meeting like a jury. We could all be a little panel and have like a collective vote. There's actually a whole lot of possibilities under the state authority that we could be partaking in. We could get creative, we could get fun, we could get exciting, we could be boring, we could do the same things we've been doing, we could keep digging ourselves into a hole. I didn't prepare statements. I could have made very effective legal statements about this right now, but I think it'd be really exciting if we at least considered the options of my resolution at this meeting. I could keep talking, blah, blah, blah. I'd love to talk more about it. A lot of exciting stuff, but I will just leave it at that. And yeah, but I will emphasize again real quick. There's not supposed to be a special election according to Government Code Section 36, whatever it is. I have it written down, subsection B, okay? There's not supposed to be a special election. It would be if by default, if the worst option is taken and nothing is done, that would be the option, I guess. But government code section, whatever, I have it written down. I looked at it earlier. I did all that research, and it's not on my head right now. But I think we should consider it. It's very creative, very exciting. It will solve the problem creatively, excitingly, and according to rules. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Anybody else in the room? Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
Hello. Thank you for letting me speak. I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to express my support for Amy. I've worked alongside her in a professional aspect. We managed a local business up here, and I know her personally. And her work ethic and drive when she is working on something is unmatched. And we continue to see that with her support of the Boys and Girls Club up here. So she has my support if you guys choose to appoint her. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, Ms. Eastra.
Good evening, gentlemen, Mayor Bass, and city council members. Thanks again for taking your time to dedicate your energy to appointing somebody to this seat. I agree with a lot that has been said this evening about filling the seat and not moving to a special election. I think that for our people and our city, that it's the best move. It's been brought up. We have got some negative press recently, and I think in order to start building trust with our community again, let's get somebody in this seat that's dedicated to it, that's been a longtime resident, that cares about our people, our women, as I heard somebody mention, our children. I'm a representative for the kids of the community, and I think that that's very important. I'm passionate about working collaboratively to move our city council forward, to make decisions that's right for our city. I think that it's important that you all understand that I'm committed to keeping focus of our budget on our core infrastructure. I'm passionate about the environment. I care about the bears. I've done a lot of work with other businesses and entities around the community, and I think that I'm the right person for this position at this time. I want to, humbly ask for your support this evening. I think that I will make a great council member. I will represent our city and our population well, and I will dedicate myself, my time, my energy, and my passions to this council. To work collaboratively with you all. Is there a timer? I didn't prepare anything because I wanted to speak from my heart. So I came tonight, humbly asking you guys to appoint me, but I want you to know how important this is for our city right now. I don't want to see this position sit empty for, the next 7 months. Electing somebody in June will only really give them an opportunity to attend about 7 meetings. I asked some members of our city to write letters yesterday, business owners that I worked with, in my support, and I hope that they did so and that you guys received those and had the opportunity to read them. And I appreciate your consideration, and I hope you guys will make a great decision this evening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Eastra. Anybody else here in the room that would like to give public comments? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and move to Zoom.
Yeah, before we go to Zoom, I did just want to note for the record that we did receive 40 support letters for Amy Zistra from Andrews, Ashton, Avila, Bosca, Cole, Kopp, Donley, Dorset, Eliser, Emelson, Irwin, Furlow, Flores, Foreman, Garcia, Gustina, Grover, Halen, Hubert, Levis, Louver, Mesila, Mayes, McFarland, Metzer, Mayer, Paulin, Pearson, Rubidoux, Rich M., Rich, Rodriguez, Rubio, Schoenfeld, Schultz, Sivewright, Thompson, Threekeld, Turrell, and Williamson. And we have 4 hands raised on Zoom. First up, we have a caller, the initials VMHS.
Thank you so much, City Council. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're on with council. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you so much. Hello, my name is Catherine, and I'm a homeowner in the Tahoe Keys and a full-time Tahoe resident. The City Council's seat should not be a consolation prize for someone who ran in 2024 and clearly lost. If the community supported Amy and wanted her on the council, she would have won then. She only got 17% of the vote. She lost, and badly at that. Can we please stop handing out participation trophies? I am also very concerned and offended by some of her very public comments towards women not in her own political party, and her language, in my opinion, is not appropriate. Just this afternoon, when I respectfully questioned her in the comment section of a public Facebook post of an op-ed, she blocked me. Is this what she does when she is politely questioned by her neighbors? Imagine if she behaved like this on the council, just shutting you down if she disagrees with you. Certainly I know she disagrees with me given her very public opinions she's published. I understand that she's had her friends show up tonight and write letters, but these are not votes. She does not represent me or any of my fellow community members I have spoken with. Please do not appoint someone tonight without the vote of the people. Amy does not have my vote, and I would question the legality of appointing her this evening. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Miss Allen.
Oh, thank you very much. I strongly disagree with the previous speaker, and I honestly do not even know Amy, but I believe that the first runner-up in the last election deserves an opportunity to serve. She obviously has a strong background of leadership in South Lake Tahoe and in the Boys and Girls Club, among other things. I have not heard anyone else other than the previous speaker say anything detrimental to her ability to serve. And while I don't know her personally, I am a very interested in a person who has been in South Lake Tahoe for 35 years. And it is really important to me that our city get back on track. To continue with only 4 city council members who obviously have completely different ideas is a really point of dysfunction. I really think we need to appoint someone tonight to round this out so that we can continue to go forward with the city of South Lake Tahoe issues and what needs to be taken care of. Too many things have been happening that are not in the best interest of South Lake Tahoe. I don't need to point those out. Everybody knows what they are. But I really think that please do not wait until June for an election. Please do not put that off. Then it's going to be another 3 months after that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Miss Allen. Can you unmute your phone again?
I'm sorry, do I need to back up some?
Yeah, just a couple of words, please.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No, it was my fault. It was my fault, I apologize.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm almost 81, so I don't remember the last few words I said. However, I am just saying that I think that we need to move forward. We need to have a sitting council of 5 members so that we can make some decisions and move forward and regain the respect and accountability that we have lost over the last few months. And I think it is so important to the city of South Lake Tahoe. We can't afford to lose much more. We need to take care of business and move forward. And I thank you for your opportunity. But again, I think push the first runner-up behind Keith. Amy should be sitting at the table, and it will bring a woman, and it will bring extreme
Okay,
leadership
Miss Allen,
to
now
the
your
table.
time is officially up.
Okay,
So we thank
thank
you
you.
for your comments. Okay, next up, we have JM.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. There's two issues that have been brought up by speakers that I'm John Messina, by the way, that really need to be clarified. Repeatedly, Amy Zistra is going on about being the third place winner or loser in the last election, but 17% of the vote is not a mandate for anything. She's was clearly a loser in that election, and I think it's a misrepresentation for her to go on like she had a mandate to get appointed to this position. And another thing, I don't think she's very good with the public's money. They're going on about the cost of this special election, and Amy Zistra spent 5 times that much money on some rather mediocre pieces of art rather than let the money be used for another purpose that would be more beneficial. Also, she's endorsed by the same people that endorsed Scott Robbins. So that's not a good recommendation in my book. So I would rather do nothing than to see her appointed to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Okay, next up we have Mr. Asbury.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
I'm sorry, I didn't mute him fast enough. Oh, Mr. Asbury?
Am I on there?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, all right, that's kind of funny.
Okay, that was fun.
Eric Asbury here for the record. Thank you, City Council and staff, for this opportunity to speak with you. Wow, what a quite polarizing view of your constituents, and I think this is more of a good reason for. Hate to be a broken record, but I've said it from the beginning. I think the most fair and balanced way forward is a special election. And it's the best because it's the most fair and balanced way forward. Appointing someone is how the good old boys club would want it. However, it negates the voice of the people. So it's my opinion that the citizens of the city of South Lake Tahoe deserve better. I do want to commend the 4 of you guys. You've been through a lot this year, and your ability to work together in a positive fashion with your different backgrounds and opinions is been quite phenomenal. I'd like to single out Scott Robbins in that, he's been, I think, maybe having a change of heart, or I don't know. It's just I seem to have been agreeing with him in a lot of the positions that he's taken recently. And if I recall correctly, he is in favor of a special election as well. But with that said, I think rushing to fill the vacant city council seat by appointment would be an unnecessary disservice to the community that has already been through a lot this year. And I know you guys have a big decision to make, and I respect you guys, and good luck with the decision. Thank you for your time.
Just to clarify for the people on Zoom, the "oh, you son of a bitch" wasn't me. That was the previous caller. I didn't say anything. Watching on Zoom, that might not be clear.
Next up, next we have Mr. Miller.
Hello, Alan Miller, civil and environmental engineer, longtime property owner here. Many spoke already on behalf of appointment. Many applied, and I think that's wonderful. I encourage greater public participation and oversight by our community of our city government, and I thank them for their participation and interest. That said, as I stated in a previous council meeting, I don't support appointment by the city council. Everyone is caught up in efficiency, but as one with a 25-year career in state government, there's more to public service than efficiency. Things like deliberating, involving the public, especially in the few matters in which the people have an actual voice, their vote. I therefore can only recommend that a special election be held for the missing 1/5 of the voted representation. 2 council members have less than a year of experience. Appointment should not be up to them or to Mr. Bass, currently under prosecution in Douglas County. June will be here before we know it. The election costs are practically nothing for a city that has a notorious track record of misfeasance and waste of taxpayer funds. This is too important. Too many critical issues are at stake to appoint anyone. Put it to a vote of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. And no additional hands raised at this time, Mayor.
All right, so we will bring this back to council for discussion and potentially an appointment. I don't see anybody's.
I'll press the button.
Do you need a?
Yes.
All right, we are going to take a quick 5-minute. No problem, we can do that. 5-minute break.
I used to be a software person.
Yes, good to meet you, buddy. All right, we're going to go ahead and call this meeting back to order.
So what else is item 21? I want to move that up to the top of new business. Time sensitive, and the other things can get pushed.
Sounds good. So we are on item number 1. This is the appointment of our vacant city council seat, and we're bringing this back now for council deliberation and possibly a motion for appointment. I will go ahead and open it up. I have not got one of you guys.
I pressed the button. Is it coming up yet?
So, Mr. Robbins, go ahead.
Or whatever. I want to say thank you again to the large field of the public that turned out for this appointment. That was, as I said last time, that was a genuinely unexpected and surprising outcome. The last time we had a council appointment, I think we got less than half a dozen applications, of which several dropped out beforehand, so we only had a few people that applied. It's distressing, the circumstances under which this vacancy has appeared. It's been distressing for the town. It's been a publicity problem for the town. I do want to push back on some of the public perception about the council's efficacy in the light of loss of a missing member. There really has not been a lot in the way of lost ground. Critical city operations, and that includes critical and important operations of the city council, have moved forward. They just aren't being reported because they're not salacious. We had in a couple meetings ago, we had a long hour-and-a-half session, hour-and-a-half long item on auxiliary dwelling units and reducing the regulatory burdens involved with constructing ADU housing in our community. That item was deep and detailed, and we went into the deep specifics on that item, and it passed 4-0. And it went effectively or basically unreported because it was not controversial. And we have passed funding for public safety. We've passed budget items. We've passed important items of the city. As we do most of the time, most of the important things that this council does are uncontroversial. The things that get public attention are not closely related to the things that are important. They're related to the things that are popular. So we have not failed to be effective because we've been down a council member. I want to push back on some of that public perception. That being said, we are supposed to be a 5-member board, and an indefinite loss of a seat is probably not something we should be entertaining, nor is it something we're allowed to do. So we must either vote to appoint someone to that council position, or we must vote to refer for staff for a special election. Ironically, a failure to act is an outcome that we can fail to vote for either of those.
So, Mr. Robbins, if you don't mind, let's see.
We're not in questions, we're in comments.
Well, I know, but we don't need to, let's see if we hopefully, we don't need to go in if we fail. If we do fail, we'll deal with that when we get there. Are there basically applicants? And I think the best way for us to go about this is to figure out, do we have some consensus on an applicant? Because I hear what you're saying, but let's hopefully not go there. And if we do, then we'll have to rehash what happens if we do. Maybe we don't have to go there. That way we don't have to go through the process. So let's just see if we have some consensus, maybe just put out where you're at.
Yeah,
and
I understand,
let all of us
Cody.
kind of go
I was
through.
listening to the public comments, and I think it's important
it.
to address some of the comments that the public brought to the lectern that they asked about, and I think that's important to reply to. So, so as far as process here for selecting a replacement, my suggestion was, I have a short list. I suspect the 3 of you guys probably also have a short list. And my suggestion is we all write down our short list, no more than, say, 5 names. That's an arbitrary number, but just to keep the short list short. And if there's anyone that's on 3 short lists, then we're done. So that would be my suggestion for how to proceed.
So I don't believe we can just write them down and share them without sharing them with the public.
No, we share them with the public. We all go either I have it or either write it down, and then we just read off our short list and say, is there anyone that is on at least 3 short lists?
Okay,
That's my suggestion for how we proceed.
okay. Mr. Jenkins or Mr. Robbins?
And it could be
I
a
mean,
list of
excuse me,
zero.
Mr. Roberts,
If
my
your,
apologies.
if your viewpoint is election or bust, then that list could be 0 names long. It doesn't have to have names on it, you know?
Right.
I agree with Councilman Robbins. I think it's important that we do seat somebody. I know there are levels that we're being functional as a foursome, but I think it's important, and it's important to all the people that put effort into applying. And I also like his suggestion of making a short list.
Okay. And Mr. Jenkins?
I certainly have no problem with a short list. I think I did want to say that I was immensely impressed with the quality of candidates, many candidates who had come forward who want to serve. And I think if people are not on any of our list, it's not a reflection of them. It's just a reflection of how we see where we are today and what we need. And I also just want to say to Mr. Robbins, Councilmember Robbins' comments, that I have been impressed that we have been able to get through and work on so many things and get things done. And I think, because we don't necessarily agree on everything, so it's kind of nice that when we can do that. But it would be nice to have a fifth member.
All right. Yeah, I also agree. I think it's very important that we do appoint somebody for just functionality and where we're headed in the future. I, though, very much believe in the will of the people, and that's what put me here. And I think that when we look at the applicants, we have great applicants that applied that definitely put their time in to do this application, come into the council, present publicly. But we have one applicant that was in the last election, and third place in every other election is a seat, because we elect 3 members and then 2 members, and 3 members and 2 members. So this person would have been elected in the next election. And there's no reason to think that she wouldn't get 2,400 votes again. And so I have a hard time going against the will of the people to appoint somebody that didn't have and didn't run an 8-month-long campaign and didn't get 2,400 votes when that person is here. And then we talk about diversity, and we talk about the fact that I think a female serving on our council is incredibly important. It's half of our population. It's also who left the council was a female, and I think we need to think about that for diversity's sake. And so to me, I only have one name on that list because I cannot go against the will of the vote, the will of the people that was just in the last election. And I think it does a huge service to the 2,400 people that voted for her to see her for a year to decide if they want to vote for her again in November, or do they want to vote for somebody else on that ballot. So for me, it's only one name. Yes, I've known Amy for a very long time. It's really not about the person, it's about the vote. If it was any one of the other 22 of you that were on that third place with 2,400 votes, you would be absolutely who I would be writing on that list as the one person. So with that, I guess what we could do is look at the list from everybody and see if there's 3.
Yep.
So you want to just start and put them out there, and then we'll go around?
So my short list has 4 people. Peter Fink, Amy Zystra, Heather Horgan, and Melissa Soderston.
Okay.
That's my short list.
Say it again, because I'm a little slow on the uptake.
Fair enough. Peter Fink, Amy Zystra, Heather Horgan, Melissa Soderston.
Great. Mr. Roberts?
And apologies if I'm pronouncing anyone's
Let me
name wrong.
write
I'm doing
those
my
down.
best.
So,
I have Heather Horgan, Dinah Bowen, Manuel Jimenez, and Doug Williams.
okay, so we got okay, Mr. Jenkins.
I have Doug Williams, who I don't know personally. I mean, personally, I know him personally, but I don't. We don't go out and have lunch and so on. Dinah Bourne, Heather Horgan, Manuel Jimenez, and Albert Manfredi.
All right, so it looks like we do have 3 for Heather Horgan.
Yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
So is
That's
that,
the
I mean,
only-
you guys
that's
would
the
need to
only-
make,
That's the only person that got 3.
So we counted to 3.
well, yeah,
We
there's-
hey, with only 4 members, people saying we're not effective, with only 4 members, we managed to count all the way to 3.
Yep. So,
Can I make a motion?
yeah,
I would like a motion to appoint Heather Horgan to this vacant seat.
Second. Oh, sorry, the vote came up. Yes, I'll hit the yes button.
That motion carries.
all right, so I guess we will move to,
I'm prepared to swear Heather into office, and if she would like to join city council immediately, she may sit up on the council. You may also abstain from anything that you're not comfortable voting on tonight, just throwing that out there. Okay? You want to just join me up front?
That's not that surprising. One of the plausible outcomes was a dark horse candidate. That was the only plausible outcome to appoint someone.
all right, so you will go actually up to the podium.
I do need to swear you into office.
All right, well, welcome to council.
I'm so sorry.
Nice, yeah. Okay, so that is going to move us on to item number 2, which is going to be the mayor and mayor pro tem selection. So we will go ahead and open this up, first starting with the mayor selection. And I basically will open this up to council. Well, excuse me, do we have any questions for staff before we go to public comment?
Well, I continue to, particularly with a new member, I would like this to be held over till the January meeting and let the current leadership continue until, in deference just to the new environment. But that would be my request, but if you have the council has other choices, that's fine.
I think we have by protocol, do we not need to make this happen, Ms.
It's
Stroud?
in the city, it's in
Yeah,
our
well,
city code.
Well, I have
And-
checked with the city attorney in regard to this, and we would have to, by motion, decide that with the rigid city protocol, of which is our protocol, that if we decided to do something different, that what we would do is pass a motion to do it differently. That's my understanding, based on the conversation I had on Monday with the city manager and city attorney. Thank you.
The city clerk was saying that this is in the city code, so that couldn't be changed by a motion. But if council wants to vote to keep the mayor in place for a certain amount of time, you could make a motion to do that.
Okay. Okay, well, so I think that kind of answered the questions a little bit, right, from where you're coming from. So is there any other questions from council on this item? Okay, so we'll go ahead and open this item for public comment for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment on item number 2. And looking around, I don't see anybody, so we'll go to Zoom.
There are no hands raised on Zoom at this time, Mayor.
Great, so we will bring this item back to council for discussion and/or motion, starting with the mayor selection. Again, I am absolutely willing to continue serving in this role. I, have been here for 7 years. I've served in the role before, been the mayor pro tem for the last year, which has been quite active as a mayor pro tem. And again, I am absolutely willing to continue serving. I would say I understand the role and can continue as I have. So those are my comments towards it.
Is my request to speak just not showing up?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I do have a note to ask why that feature isn't working right now. If you can just, let the mayor know that you'd like to make a comment.
I do think, given the events of the past 6 months and change, we need fresh leadership here. We've had way too much publicity of a kind that I don't think this town needs a ton more of. And not to put too fine a point on it, but you've got a criminal hearing coming up in a few weeks. And I think we need to be in the newspaper a little less coming up at this point. I think you've done a fine job as mayor, and I think that's a testament to your experience. But I'm bothered at this point by the fact that we've got, in the next year, we're going to have the former mayor likely being indicted for fraud, and we're going to have criminal hearings if you stay on as mayor for the current mayor. And that's just going to be more press problems that we're going to have along those lines that they're just not needed. And inside of the next year, I would like to see the agenda item for a residential area plan move forward. And that's going to require significant public outreach, input, engagement, and trust in order to bring a residential area plan forward. And one of the things that's really counterproductive for that is a city that's in the news for government chaos problems. So I'd like to see us less in the news for that sort of thing in the next year. We've kind of
I hear you on that.
we kind of used up all of our capacity to have leadership be arrested and being indicted and being charged with various personal issues. And we really need to have not that for a while.
And I have no issue with that whatsoever at all. Again, I've got a lot going on. I'm just willing to serve. I will say, for anybody that has viewed it, I think it's been pretty clear what happened to me there was not right. I should have never been arrested. I don't know that we're going to dodge the media around it, whether I'm mayor or not, but I, again, have no issue if that's the will of the council. That is completely okay with me. So yeah, that's why we're here to have the discussion. Anybody else?
There's an adage that talks about let you with no sin cast the first stone and push the right button. That was an add-on. But I understand being in the news poses challenges, but when you're in the public sector, that is part of what happens, whether it's true or not true. And I also know that in the American system, that we all take an oath to, that no one is guilty until proven in a court of law by their peers. And so it distresses me, particularly, I don't agree with the current mayor on everything. But he runs a very good meeting. He runs a very good meeting. He's very cordial with the city council. He's very cordial with the public, something that is refreshing for me, having been on the council just a year. It's very refreshing. And so I have to balance that. And for that reason, I would like to see the matter tabled until the first meeting. But if the council's ready to proceed, then I will vote to do that. I personally have no interest, and zero interest in either the mayor or mayor pro tem at this time. So it's not that I want to be the leader in this regard. Those are my comments.
Yeah, I kind of concur. I think you've done a great job. I think you have the most experience at it of the group. But I also think that council is in a time of healing. We need to mend some wounds, and I think the visual optics still remain. And I think it's something that we should consider. New leadership on that level kind of breaks the eligible people down to a few, of course, but, and I don't know if we'll get a consensus on that or not, but yeah, I mean, maybe a little more discussion between the group.
Well, my suggestion is going by both interests, because, David, I thought you might be interested in being mayor pro tem, but you've been clear. So my suggestion then is going by both interests and seniority. I suggest that Councilmember Roberts for mayor pro tem and myself for mayor, and we can do one motion for both.
So, Ms. Haglund, we'd love to hear from you.
I was just
Sorry,
gonna.
we have a new member. Oh my God,
I know, and
I'm
I
so
was.
used to Ford. I'm used to looking to the left and seeing everybody. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. And the important thing for me is that someone is desirous of the position. I think in a lot of my career, if somebody is desirous, they come with a lot of motivation and enthusiasm, and I think that you know, I will vote on this motion, but I just want to say that I would like to hear a little bit more from Robbins and Bass about your desire and how you see the next year.
Yeah, sure, I'll take that on. So, again, I think that also we are in a time of healing, and it's also of a time of the need to understand leadership, to have respect. This role takes a lot of being able to hear from all sides and being able to step back and not just give it your perspective and your opinion is only ruling the day. You have to really be able to hear from every angle. And then the interface of working with our staff and holding that line of respect and understanding with our staff is an incredibly important part of this role. And I think I've been able to demonstrate that I have done that for a long time. And yes, have I had issues in the public eye? I absolutely have, but I think as the evidence of that has come out, the large community has seen that what happened there was not something that was of nature that should have ever had an arrest take place. I mean, it's pretty clear in the video for anybody that has watched it that essentially because I'm Cody Bass, I was arrested. No other person in that position would have ever been arrested. It's just a fact of the evidence. So with that, I think that as we talk about the council being healthy and the council working forward with a new council, I do think I'm the best person in the position. I've been here for 7 years. I don't think ever missed a council meeting in the 7 years that I've been here. So I've been very committed, served TRPA for multiple years. I've served many, many commissions through my time. So that's my take on it, and I do think that it would help the council operate in a healthier way. I have all the respect in the world to Mr. Robbins, but we have also witnessed some of the ways that he deals with public or our staff that I do have concerns with myself.
So, contrary to a lot of what sort of the public understands about this role, we do not have a strong mayor role in the city of South Lake Tahoe like larger cities do. The mayor position here, as in most small cities and towns, is more of a board chairman rather than an executive role. We have a hired executive in the city manager, and the principal role of the mayor is to chair the meetings and to keep agenda items on track, to keep comments on track, and to make sure that there are votes on the issues as presented. That's sort of the primary function of the city manager. There are secondary roles in terms of helping construct the agenda and setting the order of agenda items, and a tertiary role in times of public crisis and emergency of public communications. Largely the latter because, again, most of the public perceives the mayorship as being as being an executive role, even though it's not. It's much more of a prime ministerial role rather than any form of executive leadership. So having experience on city council for a length of time is probably the most principally important aspect to becoming a mayor. Knowing and understanding how meetings work, how agenda items work, and how public input works, and to keep those things on track is sort of the core functionality of being the mayor, with a secondary component of being the public face of communications. And to that end, I think the mayor is also the point at which the public trust is most surrounded. When we have one mayor who has embezzled nearly $500,000 from a church, and other mayors that have been arrested multiple times for various offenses, that does not help with the public trust aspect. And we need that if we're going to be effective in addressing our top priorities that we have agreed on in our strategic plan. In order to do zoning, in order to do spending public resources, we need to not be dealing with the perception of criminality and personal problems for the next year that are going to be in the news continuously. And fair or not, and I think it's, to a large degree, it is a little unfair. Had this happened, had Cody, what happened to you happened at some arbitrary other time, the fact that it happened right after our former mayor was found out for embezzlement, it might not have been so bad, but we have a problem now. And I think that, no, this is my time. And so I think we need leadership that doesn't have that kind of background problems associated with it right now, if we're going to engage the public in the agenda that we set forward in our strategic plan. And so I see the role of mayor as largely one of engendering public trust, running meetings appropriately and efficiently, and keeping a good communication with the public through coordination with city staff. And I've now had almost a full term on council to observe these meetings, and so I think this is a role I'm more than ready for.
I think there's really another option too, also. Although there may have been a motion, and then the question would probably be, well, is there a second? But absent that, Mr. Roberts has expressed interest in the past in the same way to serve, and so the council, I would like, as the neutral here, I'm not interested at this point. I may be in the future, but not at this point. I would like, which is why I would have liked this, as I told staff, I would have liked this matter to be on the January agenda or at a special meeting this month, rather than just having one this month. I think it gives a new member an opportunity to think about that, hear from people, and so I think Mr. Roberts could do a very good job as mayor. I have no problem with our current mayor as it relates to what we do here. That's my comment.
Position. My interest comes from, it's come to light more since the past mayor and all of her bad deeds and whatnot. But we struggle with protocols in our council, and I know some in the community have noticed that as well and brought that forward. I know Councilman Jenkins doesn't think our protocols are very good to begin with, but those can be changed. The mayor is more of just a team captain. He's still on the team, he still plays, he just makes sure that everybody stays in line, stays on their position, and keeps everything flowing in the right direction. And the protocols, although not as scary as the Brown Act is, they are things that make us look and function more efficiently. And I think as my role in a lot of boardrooms, big corporations, a lot of nasty union meetings, I think I have a good ability to keep things on task and keep a team functioning in the right direction.
All right, so we've got kind of a,
comments or
I guess, we have a mixed slate
Welcome.
here to deal with.
I mean, I guess
you wanted to be here?
Yes.
I just want to say that actually I am pleased that you all feel so strongly about being mayor. From the outside, I'm surprised, actually. I just had this sense that there was a little bit of wavering on leadership. But the fact that all three of you feel strongly, and thank you, Councilmember Roberts, also, I don't know what the motion is here, but I just want to say, as a member of the community who's just coming to the table here, I wish you could all be mayor, because you all do have the desire. But I wonder if Councilmember Jenkins has any specific thoughts on any of the three other council members.
I have an advantage and disadvantage because for 35 years I worked as a city manager in 7 cities, and I worked for mayors and councils, and I'm retired from this city, to the happiness of some, to the chagrin of others. We all are different. We're very different, but differences should not be a reason. There are, as I think you said, you can have differences and you can work through them if you show respect to people. I didn't know Mr. Roberts before the election. I knew a little bit about the other two gentlemen. I think Mayor Bass runs a good meeting, and he's polite to us and he's polite to the public. Mr. Robbins is a very intelligent, very articulate, a man who shares his opinions with us, and that's his job. So I have a great respect for all of them. Mr. Roberts, I've grown to appreciate his business background, the mayor as well, and so I can't say bad things about any of them. We are in an important part. We are in an important phase of doing some things, and yes, I would like to see some changes. Some of which I've talked about quietly. Others that I will talk about in more detail as we get into the year, particularly in relationship to protocols and ethics, ethics discussions about what we can put in our protocols. I'd like to see some community involvement in that. But again, I don't have anything bad to say about any of the members. I could support Mr. Roberts. I would prefer that we decide this in January. Another month. We've made a great leap by selecting a new council member. It would give the new council member an opportunity to hear from others, and I think that the current mayor is capable of handling this for another month. Or more if that were to occur, or if that would be needed. But so I would like it to come back, and that's kind of where I'm going to. That's kind of where I stand. Unless all of you.
I'm prepared to make a motion, and we can start voting, and we can actually make some headway here.
Discussion just from what Mr. Jenkins' recommendation. As Ms. Stroud said, if we were to do something like that, we appoint, and then we can bring back the mayor pro tem selection at any future meeting, basically. So we still would just appoint based on city code, then we're able to bring that back at a future, whether it's January or another meeting.
Well, so your point, Mr. Mayor, your point is that, or maybe Ms. Stroud could help me with this. If we wish just to hold this item over for a month until January, to give our new member and others an opportunity to for the current mayor to remain, that we would need a motion to do that?
Correct. The mayor's current term is up this month, so if council wanted to continue this item until January, you could vote to do that, and I would include in the motion to have Mayor Bass continue until the January 13th meeting.
Can I just add something? In light of my newness and the newness of the council, because now I'm a member of it, so we are a new council. I actually would like a motion to keep Cody Bass as mayor, because I think to move forward with some momentum that already exists, and also as a new member, someone who's already experienced in the function, for me, I think that I would make a motion for Cody to remain as mayor.
For the full term or until January, you mean?
For the full term.
Are we doing a motion for mayor and mayor pro tem separately?
Yeah.
Okay, is there a second?
So I'll go ahead and second that, and I will also put the caveat that bringing back the mayor pro tem selection can also happen even with this happening, if you follow what I'm saying. Like, we can bring it back January, at any meeting, it could be brought back to select, if that's the will of the council at that time.
Okay. Well.
So we have a motion and a second?
Okay, and because Ms. Horgan does not have a vote button, I will be taking verbal votes for right now. Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Jenkins?
With the caveat that the mayor made, that this matter that we'll bring back the discussion in the January meeting.
David, unless you get a motion and a second and a vote for that.
There's
it won't.
already, let us just, I'm just making a caveat of my vote. I vote aye, but with that caveat in there, because I want to be sure that the minutes reflect what I said, so.
So that is not the motion on the floor at this time. The motion is to select Mr. Bass as the mayor for 2026, unless I'm wrong. Or unless the other two people want to amend their motion to Mr. Jenkins.
Well, that isn't what the mayor said, and I can hear as well as any of you, so.
All right, well, we have a motion on the floor.
Just to explain, the motion doesn't have that. When we want to bring it back, you get a second on APC, and it'll come back the next, right away, if you follow what I'm saying.
Well, yeah, I've suggested things, and we've had agreement on things to come back, and they don't seem to come back, which is why at the end of the meeting, I'm going to bring up a series of issues that are still unresolved. So I guess if we could have a discussion, I'm asking clarity on the motion, that we could have a discussion in January, then I would vote aye.
That's not the motion.
Okay, well, then I vote no.
Mayor Bass?
Aye.
Mr. Robbins?
No.
Ms. Horgan?
Aye.
That motion fails.
So maybe we should retry the motion. What Mr. Jenkins is saying is included in the motion. You would like this discussion back at the January meeting.
If the mayor would continue with a discussion being held in January, at one of the meetings in January, on an appointment for the remainder of the year, and that the mayor would serve, current mayor would serve until that discussion is held. That would be there's probably a more artful way to say that.
I think the appointment's going to happen for the full term, but the discussion can come back to change that term to somebody new in January.
Remember, there are rules. So,
Yeah,
there are rules in this. Yeah, there's.
I believe Mr. Jenkins' motion was to continue the item until January 13th and have Mayor Bass continue until that time and then make the appointment.
I appreciate you
Is that the
clarifying.
motion?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Can we reread the motion for clarity from staff?
So the motion would be to continue this item until January, but to allow Mr. Bass to serve as mayor until that time, at when you can select a mayor for the rest of 2026.
Okay,
I'll second it.
Okay,
All right, we got a motion and a second.
all right. Mr. Roberts?
Aye.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes.
Mr. Bass?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts? I'm sorry,
Okay,
Robbins.
sorry.
Sorry, Mr.
No
Robbins.
worries. It's the hair. We look so much
Yes,
alike.
Yeah, the hair, yeah. Yeah, mine too.
Aye.
Yes, and Ms. Horgan.
Yes.
Okay, that motion unanimously carries. Thank
Right.
you.
Great, so now we can move on to our mayor pro tem selection. So let's see, we already opened public comment on
No,
this whole
Mayor
item.
Bass, I would suggest that since this whole item was continued to January 13th, that we can have that discussion at that time.
Yes. That was my understanding, was this
No
whole
worries.
item was moved.
I didn't, all right.
Are our
I
black hair
thought we
people
were,
here?
by city code had, but anyways, I'm confused, so we'll just move on.
CDFW.
Do we need to take a break, or are we good to move on? Good to move on to proclamations? All right, this is gonna be item number.
No, don't we have black
We have a presentation.
Or presentation, excuse me, I read it as proclamations. Getting,
Mayor Bass, if I may, I can introduce this item. The next item is a presentation, Black Bear Management in South Lake Tahoe. Here to present a presentation is Morgan Kilgore. She is the regional manager of the Northern Central Region of California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and she is joined by the Northern Enforcement District Assistant Chief, Chris Stutz. They will have a presentation that they will walk us through on their black bear management. And then our city attorney and police chief will highlight, following that presentation, some of our internal protocols for how we manage, work in partnership with CDFW, and what laws we have on the books for management of bear population.
Perfect, thank you, okay, yeah.
And then you have an advancer.
Perfect, thank you. I'm Morgan Kilgour, I'm the regional manager for the North Central Region. I'm not going to put AC Stutz on the hot seat, but he is here to answer any questions should there be public safety or law enforcement related questions. So I'm here to present on black bear management and how it is specific to the South Lake Tahoe and Lake Tahoe area, because we do treat bear management in Tahoe a little bit differently than the rest of the state. I'm going to first acknowledge, though, most of these slides were developed by one of my staff, so all of the great slides will attribute to her. If you find a typo, then that's probably my fault. So I just want to make sure that we acknowledge that Lexi is our black bear biologist for the Tahoe area, and she provided me with these slides and the data. So some recent, the evolution of black bear management in the Tahoe area. In the early 2000s, permits were issued by local biologists and wardens. In 2022, a new black bear management policy came out, which elevated the issuance of lethal depredation permits to the regional managers, which is me. So in Tahoe in particular, it required DNA confirmation of the offending animal. In 2023, the department in the North Central Region in particular created a bear biologist position specifically for the Tahoe region. And then the final black bear conservation and management plan was just published this year on April 14th, 2025. So a draft document was presented. We took a lot of public comment. We tried to reach out to the folks that were willing to give us public comment and address those comments in the plan. And that's available for everyone. And I think it was one of the documents that you guys had in your packet. So we use a lot of non-lethal management tools throughout the state, but in Tahoe in particular. I believe it was 2019, and this predates me as regional manager, so my date might be a little bit off. But we initiated the Trap Tag Haze program. In this program, what the department will do, and this is a 14-day period where we go and we try and trap bears in the Tahoe area. We tag them, we get genetics on them. If appropriate, we'll collar them, and then we release them, and we try and make that experience with humans very negative. So we will release them and with hazing to try and make it so that people are not ideal to be around. We want bears to be wild. That means that they're not in your backyard and that they're not in your house. They're out in the wild. So this Trap Tag Haze program, we've done, I believe in my letter to you, it has my letter, in the department's letter to you, there is an exact number, but we've had some success in getting a lot of genetic information and not ever seeing some of these bears ever again. We also have the Tahoe Interagency Bear Team. So this is a team that spans 2 states, so Nevada and California, 5 counties and multiple cities. This is a collaboration with bear biologists, with city officials, and with public information officers to try and prevent the best information and to collaborate on what is going on with bears in the Tahoe area. We also have, which is a new program started in 2024. We got some extra funding where we, as a state, purchased a lot of electric mats. These are, other folks call them unwelcome mats. If we have a constituent who is routinely having trouble with a bear and it is an appropriate location, we have electric mats that we can lend to that individual to try and prevent the bear from continuing to access a property. We're not the only game in town. I believe there's a lot of non-governmental organizations that also have these types of unwelcome mats, but it is something that we do offer.
A quick question.
Yeah.
I'm going to save most of my questions to the end. Because I could use that, where could I find information on those mats? I just didn't want to forget about that.
So from the department, you would be needing to have a bear problem, right? You have a bear that continues to access, but you would call our Human Wildlife Conflict Hotline, let us know, and we could potentially set you up, and we'll give you the information on how to do it. For the non-governmental organizations, I wouldn't want to give a list of those specifically because I wouldn't want to favor one over another, but there are several in your community. But anytime you would like information on bear deterrence, we have lots of bear-wise materials, and we have our local biologist is excellent at providing input. Okay. And I don't know why this keeps doing this, but there we go. In 2023, we were offered, the legislature earmarked one-time funding that we had to get out the door within a year, but it was for non-lethal bear box grants. So one of the biggest ways that you'll hear from any bear expert to prevent bear interactions is to lock up your trash, keep it as bear-proof as possible. So we were able to award $1.4 million to 2 counties. So we did a lot of outreach to all of the counties that had bear issues, identified that there was this funding, and 2 counties, Alpine and Placer, took us up on it. These residential bear boxes were purchased by those counties, and then they also were able to use them for multifamily residential dumpsters as well. So future goals for bear management throughout the state, but would be to continue a non-invasive population study using fecal DNA. We were able, in a future slide, I'll be able to show you what we think the bear density is in Tahoe, and that's based on a fecal DNA study. A social tolerance study, a volunteer program, expanding our electric deterrent tools. I would offer that 10 electric mats is not sufficient for 17 counties, which is what we currently have in the North Central region. And to continue and expand the Bear Box program. These are all funding dependent, and right now we don't have any dedicated funds for these types of programs.
Question?
Yes.
You need funding. It's what I've just heard you say. And I know you can't advocate for that, but we can. And so if by some magic that we're able to find out what is needed to provide what you need, magic voodoo, whatever, that maybe we can help in that regard.
Thank you for the offer. So Tahoe Basin specifically has a black bear density study. It was published in 2022. It identified that there were about 0.84 bears for every square kilometer. So that's one of the highest densities reported for black bears in the country. So not just, you guys have a lot of bears here. With over 15 million visitors and 55,000 permanent residents, there's potential for a lot of attractants for bears as well.
A square kilometer is only a few football fields.
Let's just try to keep our comments
I
and
understand.
questions. I appreciate that. Thank you.
I don't mind.
And clarifying some technical points, I think, is relevant for the public at large.
Just try to keep it at the end if we could. It's part of the process.
So to highlight, I think why I'm here is to kind of also discuss, you guys have a lot of conflict with black bears in South Lake Tahoe. In the South Lake, these data are specific to South Lake Tahoe. We have different human-wildlife conflict codes that we use when we're given a call from the public. How is this going to be categorized? We have public safety or perceived public safety. We have property damage. That's by far and away the most calls that we get regarding black bears in Tahoe. We have animal welfare and general nuisance. We have sightings, we have general questions, and we have other. Just for the data for this slide, 2022 only includes data from August through December. And I don't have the 2025 data yet because the year is not quite over. But you can see that there's quite a lot of property damage reports that come to the department from your area. The types of damage that are reported to us generally are in the realm of home invasions, vehicle or structure damage. Sometimes we'll get garden and landscape, or a domestic pet is killed or injured. We do not generally get commercial crop or livestock injured or crop for the Tahoe Basin. So how do we manage this? We get several calls regarding bears in my home. Bears are doing damage to my vehicle. I need you to come help me. So when somebody calls the Human Wildlife Conflict Hotline, if you leave a message, my staff will call you back. They'll try and understand the scope of the problem and generally offer guidance on what you can do. If you have a bear in your home, they might offer an electric mat or bear-wise materials, which will identify different resources that you can use to help prevent bears from coming back. And in 2019, the department started doing something different, and it started with this bear 289 that was reportedly aggressive at a U.S. Forest Service campground. What the department did was they trapped, tagged, and relocated the animal, but they also collected DNA. We have a state-of-the-art forensic lab with the department where we're able to identify animals to the individual, and not just for bears, but for any human-wildlife conflict case that we would need. Bear 289 helped contribute to the policy shift in 2022, which required a DNA, or which required a DNA or a confirmation match on an offending animal. So the current policy says DNA required, but if we also have a video with a clear tag in it, we might not require DNA. But we collect DNA from a variety of sources. We might collect it from hair on the entry point of where the damage occurred. We might collect it from trash. We might collect it from surfaces that was clear that the bear touched. A lot of times my staff will go and collect DNA even if no action is warranted or wanted on behalf of one of your constituents, simply to add to our database. It helps us in the future with potential population information. Are we seeing the same bears over and over, or are we seeing new bears? And so all of this data goes into bear management in the future. So for DNA data, in 2022, we really amped up the DNA collection. We collected 107 pieces of DNA. That went to 287 in 2023, and 164 DNA collections in 2024. What the DNA data told us is a very compelling story for management. The percent of individuals with 5 or more home invasions is less than 10% of all DNA collected. Of these 9%, they are responsible for 61% of the home invasions. That means less than 10% of the population is responsible for more than 50% of the damage and encounters with humans in the Tahoe Basin. It really highlights the need to break the cycle. When we have sows with cubs that are entering homes, they are making those homes not scary to those cubs. The interaction with humans, the smell of humans, that's all over. Those cubs are no longer afraid of humans, they are desensitized to them. That means homes and places where people are less scary, and we want those bears to have a healthy fear of people and stay away from people. So if we can break the cycle and remove animals that are teaching young to enter homes, then we can hopefully make sure that bears stay wild. And I think that the DNA evidence that we have from our forensics labs has really made a compelling story for that cycle that needs to be broken. So there was a case study in the Tahoe Keys where we saw that in 27 home invasions prior to 2024, 1 in 2020, 6 in 2022, and 21 in 2023, most of those were the same animals over and over again. So what we're seeing is these animals are continuing to break into homes, and if they have young, those young are also going with them. So when we're doing targeted management of animals that we see repeatedly in our genetic database that are repeatedly doing damage and entering homes, we know that this DNA collection is a non-invasive way. We're getting that DNA from those animals without ever touching those animals, but just touching the things that they've touched. We get an improved understanding of where those bears are and how they're moving. We get a guaranteed accuracy of removing the conflict animal. So should a management action be taken on a bear, we would identify that that bear is number one. Bear number one is the bear that keeps entering this home. It has 10 home invasions. It is the bear that we need to remove. That bear is in a trap. We collect blood. We take that down to our lab, and we ensure that that is indeed the genetics of bear number one before we would ever remove that animal. It does also offer us the opportunity to tag and collar more animals. If we have a non-target animal in a trap, we would tag it and we would collar it and we would release it at an appropriate location with hazing away from people. And it also helps add to our database for a potential population study. The cons are it's incredibly expensive and time-consuming to continue to do genetics on every single bear that we encounter in the Tahoe Basin. And our forensics lab, while mighty, is very small. It's a very resource-intensive staff time and funding. And there's some inefficiencies with the multi-step process, including if we have an animal in a trap, we would need to collect the genetics, take that sample down to the lab, confirm it's the correct animal or say it is not, and then we can make the determination. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on this. I did not go through our management policy in that it's already outlined in your packet, and the steps that each one of us take when we're deciding to take a management action are there, but I'm happy to answer questions on that. But thank you very much for having me.
Great. Yeah, thank you so much for coming as well. We very much appreciate it. It's a major issue, as you illustrated. Council, questions? Yes, Mr. Robbins.
First, a prosaic item. You talked about the unwelcome mats. Is there also options for like door sills and things like that? You know, window sills and things like that that are on the backs of houses. And you know, because a lot of times we'll actually see bears come in through the window in a surprising act of acrobatics.
Yeah, no, there are electrification of windows and doors that we recommend. We have lots of bear-wise materials.
Okay.
I do know of a couple of properties that my staff have been working with really closely on identifying access points that need.
And since there's not an action, this is a receive and file technically, so we're not going to have a separate discussion later, right? So
We'll have some discussion,
so
some direction.
what's that?
There's an opportunity.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
Because I have some questions for staff interaction on that I've noted. But I'll hold that to if we're going to have a discussion section until later.
We will.
And then so other questions. Are there sets of, because obviously CDFW has a much broader scope than the city of South Lake Tahoe in terms of geographic area that you operate with regards to bears. It's very nearly statewide, or at least all the rural areas of the state. Are there any sets of local legislative actions for other municipalities or localities that you've observed that have helped with reducing bear-human interaction? In other words, are there any things that you have to recommend for city councils or boards of supervisors, I guess, as well, in terms of code and ordinances that can be done at the local level to help? I know CDFW has their jurisdiction. We have we have a separate jurisdiction that is overlapping in many ways, because a lot of times the first response is going to be local PD. We regulate things like, ordinances and signs and citations for trash and things like that. Is there a list of recommendations that you have for localities and municipalities to enact to help reduce human-bear conflicts?
So I actually asked this question of the team that works directly with your communities on any recommendations that they might have to present to you today. Not in the form of city ordinances, but what could South Lake Tahoe do? One of the items that they identified was for South Lake Tahoe to look into becoming a bear-wise city. So there are several cities throughout the country that have used those bear-wise materials and become a certified bear-wise city, which means that they're committed to doing those best practices to prevent human-bear interactions at all possible. Other items that, and I'm gonna bring out my notes just to make sure I don't forget, because there were 4 and I'm only remembering 3 right now. One of the other items was to establish a bear liaison. So in another county, I believe it's Siskiyou County, they established a wolf liaison because they were having difficulties with wolves. So they established a position for that person to directly interact with the department to deal with issues, and that would be something that would be beneficial for the city.
So this would be a city role?
A city role to work directly with the department.
Okay, and that would be a coordination role of some kind? I'm trying to understand what that role would be, and it'd be like a coordination between Fish and Wildlife, law enforcement, I guess, which has the, yes, it's not going after criminals and bad guys, it's going after bears, but oftentimes that's people call who people are gonna call, and so that's who shows up. So it's a coordination role mostly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Coordination role. Another item that folks identified was making it expensive for folks that are not doing what you're already outlined in your city ordinances for trash pickup or wildlife violations. Make it hurt the pocketbooks so that the behavior stops on behalf of people. And then this is going to be unpopular, but tackle the harassment issue in the city head on. So right now, we get reports that some folks don't want to move forward on any bear activity at all because they're afraid of their neighbors. And I've seen it firsthand with my staff that dealing with problem bears in your city is challenging because of the public perception or harassment that people who are having genuine problems endure.
On the fees and citations that you talked about, sorry, I know I'm just following up on the earlier question. Do you have data available here today on trash issues with where bears are going after trash in terms of residential versus commercial? Because we see that a lot here, and it's two different waste streams in a lot of ways between the residential waste collection. And I'm not saying they're not both problems, I'm just saying what data exists for bear interactions that are been identified, documented, tracked for interactions with residential waste versus commercial waste in this area.
So I don't have those data. I would hope that perhaps the city has those data doing trash collection. But the only data that I would have access to are the data that we receive from the Human Wildlife Conflict Hotline or your law enforcement identifying areas where they need our assistance.
And that's challenging because that's a self-reported, right? That's if a business isn't reporting that bears are getting into their trash, then it doesn't show up. Yeah, so, and I think individuals are probably gonna be more likely and frustrated if bears are breaking their houses rather than, a shopping mall operator or something like that we have here. Because I know, I've been to shopping centers here in Tahoe that haven't had bear boxes and seen bears just rummage through the trash at shopping centers, but it's late at night, no one's there, and it just doesn't get reported. So I'm wondering if there's any data on that. You talked about making it hurt in the pocketbook. Is there any specific recommendations on splitting that between residential and commercial?
I think that would be a city council decision.
Okay, all right. I may have more questions, but I'll turn it over.
First of all, thank you for your service to our state. It's our very large state, in fact, our bear state, the bear flag, and us Cal Bears. I'm going back to actually something that Councilmember Robbins asked about. Of those cases where there's bear-human interaction in the city, Do you have an idea, do you have data on how many of those are because of human negligence? Human leaving trash out, people unlocked windows, unlocked doors. Do you have anything, is there any information that you might have on that?
So when we receive a phone call from
Yes, ma'am.
somebody who's having a challenge, we look at the set of circumstances that are provided to us. Sometimes we can offer corrective measures for somebody. You left your door open, there wasn't damage, the bear rummaged through you need to close your door. Sometimes somebody will have the bear has broken a window, they have done everything they could possibly do potentially, and they're still having troubles with a bear because it has fixated that human homes are where food is. So we do offer corrections to folks. Every person who asks for a permit, we provide them with corrections. But I don't have data on soft entry versus hard entry. We have data on damage versus no damage. If a bear pushes open a door, that's not damage and that's not going to get a permit. If a bear breaks your door, that's damage.
I just have one other question, Mr. Mayor, if I may. We have our representatives tonight for another topic from South Tahoe Refuse. Is there, and they manage, and I think very well, our refuse and recycling system here. Is there some relationship? I've noticed recently, for example, that they've been posting information about bear protecting your trash, keeping your trash from being overflown and so on. But it seems like that they are a great resource, and that if you have a relationship or if we had a relationship, that would be helpful in all of us doing our jobs. Would you agree with that assessment?
Absolutely. We would, part of becoming a bear-wise city, I would think you would be engaging with the department. We would happily facilitate that, and that would definitely include collaboration with your trash collection.
Great. Mr. Roberts, any questions? We're coming back for discussion, just.
I've got one question. I know on your report, it mentions response times for the incident's response was 48 hours, but I didn't see any other response times on any of the other responses. What, do you have some of those off the top of your head, or what different response times? And it might segue into your comments with Councilman Robbins about a coordination with it. But my question is there any need for local support? How many people do you have stationed in South Lake Tahoe specifically?
So that's a great question. So I believe the 48 hours you're referring to that's the length of time the department has to respond to a request for a permit. I would say that my staff generally are following up with those requests a lot sooner, but sometimes it takes us a while to get the information needed, whether to issue or deny a permit. I have one bear biologist that was identified in 2023 for the Tahoe area. For the North Central region, I have 2 human wildlife conflict environmental scientists, and one of those is the bear biologist, 2 for 17 counties. So that is where a city liaison would be immensely helpful for your community in helping you move forward. But I have 2 dedicated permanent staff, and I have some very dedicated temporary staff that come and help with the collection of information.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mrs. Haglund?
I don't have anything. There's a lot of great material here. I wish I had had time to review it. I'm sorry.
No worries. My only question, so when you talk about like a city liaison, have you, we have the Bear League, very involved. Is that an agency that could kind of act as a liaison that you guys would, I guess, somewhat grant the authority to help with the management of human contact and bears? Or what does a liaison look like, I guess, is what I'm asking.
So
a similar question.
Yeah, the answer to that would be, it would be a government to government. So if you had a city liaison, that would be somebody that was on behalf of the city, working with the department.
Makes sense for sure.
Yeah, I wanted to, you done? Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to follow up more on what are some examples of specific activities for that role that have been done in other municipalities? I'm trying to get more of a handle on what this is. I like the idea. I want to consider it more. I just want to get more of a handle on what the liaison role does and has done in other municipalities.
So I'm pulling from one example on where I've seen success, and that person was knowledgeable about the species, knowledgeable about the different management activities that your constituents can do, electric mats, so knowledgeable about deterrent measures, and a member of the community that could help educate members of your community. I wouldn't want to be prescriptive. It was an idea staff had provided that was helpful in another county, but I wouldn't want to tell your city council how that position would work.
No, I'm asking you to tell us how that position should work.
And I'd be happy to work with.
I am specifically looking for that input affirmatively.
I'd be happy to work, if that is something the city council wants to move forward with, I'd be
Like,
happy to work
in
on.
designing the role.
Yep.
You know, because what would be inefficient, I think, would be for us to design the role based on our extensive knowledge of biology, fish and wildlife management, and bear behavior. That's probably not the right way to execute this, and I would want that input. But I'm also fine for that communication to happen staff to staff offline as that role gets developed. I would want that constructed with the input of the relevant parties.
Absolutely.
Just so that we know that what we have in mind is what's actually going to be effective, because we're not the experts there.
And
So-
we've got a whole discussion to come back, unless there's any other questions. Everybody's okay? Thank you so much. We probably will maybe have some questions and
And
discussion.
You may be come back up.
Yeah,
so just-
that'll be later.
You only get 5 minutes and then I'm out of here.
Okay.
I'm just teasing.
All right. All right, so actually, before we're gonna go to public comment, I need to take a very quick bio break, unless you guys would like a little longer break. It's up to council.
5
Okay,
minutes.
5 minutes. We'll come back at 6 minutes. 7:45, we'll be back for public comment.
Welcome to the circus.
That was a All right, great. So we are going to go ahead and bring this item back, this meeting back to order, and we are on item number 3. And before we go to public comment, we're going to have our Chief of Police and City Attorney, Ms. Heather Stroud, and Chief Roberson finish the presentation. So, excuse me, I should have waited for Chief, but I think Ms. Stroud can start us out.
I'll get us started. I'm sure Chief Robertson's on his way. So I was just going to briefly outline the current city ordinances that touch on issues that help with bear and wildlife management. So the number one would be trash management. We do have an extensive trash ordinance that was updated several years ago to deal with SB 1383, which is the organic waste requirements in state law. That's when we went to the 3-cart solution that we have now through our franchisee, South Tahoe Refuse. Our code does require appropriately sized containers and secured lids on trash cans. There's mandatory collection for residential and for commercial businesses that have food waste. And there's requirements for placement of trash at the curb being no earlier than certain times. It's 6 a.m. on collection day for residential and 6 p.m. the day before collection for commercial. We do have enforcement where we cooperate with South Tahoe Refuse and their subcontractor Clean Tahoe, they're kind of the first line who might see trash issues or if bears have gotten into trash, and they can do some outreach to the owner to let them know there's an issue, and then also they will let us know if there's repeated issues and we issue citations. That would be $150 to $300 per citation for the first offense, and it goes up from there. The second ordinance that comes into play is our vacation home rental ordinance. We do have special and more strict requirements for VHRs, specifically that we require animal-resistant recycling carts for VHRs unless they have a bear box, and if they do have a bear box, it has to be sized to fit a certain number of trash cans based on the size of the home. Enforcement for VHR violations are higher dollar amounts for citations, $1,500 for the first violation, $3,000 for the second violation within 12 months, and $5,000 for the third violation within 12 months. And third, we do have an ordinance on the books that has been there for quite some time. I don't know how often it is used for this type of violation, but it precludes feeding wildlife. And it can be a criminal infraction or a $250 administrative citation if somebody is intentionally feeding wildlife. So with that, the staff report does address potential new ordinances if council wants to direct us to do anything further. For example, we could require bear mats or wiring if there's a premises that has had repeated bear break-ins. We could potentially look at tightening up our trash regulations. As I mentioned, they're pretty extensive already, but there might be some places where we can make them a little more stringent. For VHR ordinance, we could require bear-aware educational materials to be provided at check-in. So with that, I will turn it over to Chief Robertson.
Questions?
Yeah.
Before you go, I suspect the second part will be a question for law enforcement, I imagine, but what, because for some of our citations and fines have caps that are imposed by state law, what caps, if any, exist on the citations and fines amounts for both residential and commercial trash issues for our current codes?
The general cap is $1,000 per citation under state law. It's higher for VHRs, but generally it would be $1,000 per citation is the cap.
And currently it's $150 for a first violation.
It varies depending on what the violation is between $150 and $300.
For trash violations. And I guess the follow-up question will be, how many of those have been issued in the last year?
Unknown to this unit.
What's that?
Unknown.
Okay.
That was not data I came prepared with.
Okay.
Can I just get clarification on the VHR citations? Is that directed to the renter or the homeowner?
It could be to either or both, depending on what the violation is. But generally, the owner is going to be able to be cited for pretty much any violation.
Question that maybe the chief will be best able to, or maybe you. How much collaboration does our HOAs, we, in the Keys, we have over 1,600 units, 60% or so are second home, and I believe there's probably a large I'm speculating that there's a large number of incidents in the Keys. And maybe the chief can address, is there some kind of collaborative, because they closely manage whether your driveway's cracked or whether your paint is peeling, but is there some relationship that we have that we could develop with them to help in this management?
Yes, the relationship exists, and that's one of the things that I want to capitalize on is the relationship with the TKPOA.
Thank you. To the point. You're right on. You're right to the point, Chief. Thank you.
The part I want to talk about is some of the data that we had. So we pulled the data from 2021, 22, 23, 24, and about 75% of 25. And the total there is about 1,545 bear incidences that we took in dispatch. That doesn't include responses that, like, say, the Bear League or CDFW went to on their own without our dispatch having taken a call or been involved in that.
I'm sorry, I heard you say 15?
1,545.
It's in the last,
5 years.
oh, 5 years. Oh, God, I thought you said the last year. It was like, holy crap. Okay.
5.5 years. And we had 28 in the Tahoe Valley Campground. That's within the city, but that's EDSO's jurisdiction, so I reached out to get that from them. From December 15th of 2022 through September 15th of 2025, we had 8 bears that were involved in traffic collisions. Of those, one of them had to be euthanized on scene. So that's not very common for the police department. Data from the CDFW, we asked them about physical bear encounters between bears and humans. In South Lake Tahoe, 2020 was 1, 2021, 1, 2022, 1, 23, 3, 24, 0, and 25, 2. So I want to make sure that you guys had some idea. I don't know what the extent of that bear-human contact was, whether it was a gentle stroking or caress or whether it was a swipe, but I just wanted you to have that.
That's out of 1,500 and change calls.
Right.
That's in 5 years, but that's still more than one every 2 days is a bear call, because there's only 1,800 days in 5 years.
Indeed, it's a lot.
That's every other day. It's more than every other day is what that is. Okay.
Any other questions?
Questions, Council?
I had asked earlier about the how many citations were actually issued, because one of the actions we're going to be considering here is citation structure changes for trash and refuse, and I think an important piece of data for that would be to understand how many are actually getting issued, because we can make the citations any number between 0 and 1,000, and if the number being issued is so far as 0, then it won't matter. So it would be good to know, how are we doing on actually issuing the citations at the rates we have now, and do we need to increase enforcement of existing citations or raise the amount of citations? And I think that would be a key piece of data in that line of reasoning.
Well, let me provide you this snippet from STR. For enforcement of these regulations, the city works with South Tahoe Refuse and its subcontractor, Clean Tahoe. STR drivers are trained to report all incidents they come across during the course of collection where there is a trash mess or the cart is overloaded. They check the trash cart to make sure it locks correctly, note the incident on their onboard tablet, and the incident is then recorded in their customer account system. In response to each of those incidents, STR customer service contacts the account holder to notify them of the issue and provide education. These incidents are compiled in monthly reports. From April to June of 25, STR documented 39 such incidents in the city with nearly 11,000 customers. STR reports a customer to the city for code enforcement after 3 incidents or attempts at education. Since implementing the 3-cart program in September of 24, STR has not had any customers with more than 3 incidents. Clean Tahoe also received reports from residents about containment problems in animal messes and responds to each report. When Clean Tahoe comes across a violation, they have a similar process as STR and issue a notice to the homeowner. They also report repeat offenders to city code enforcement from April to June of 25. Clean Tahoe addressed 89 incidents of animal access to trash in the city. Clean Tahoe also tracks education efforts and notices that they provide. Since September of 24, Clean Tahoe has issued 1,004 notices for improper set out and containment. Both STR and Clean Tahoe report a dramatic improvement in trash containment since issuing the locked animal resistant carts.
For the rest of council, I know, I just want you to be aware that we have a
Just
member
keep
of.
questions, because we still have public
Thank you.
comments.
For the rest of council, I just want to, before we move on to public comments, we also have a member of STR in the audience who's
So-
available to comment. So if you
Right,
have
well-
STR questions, it's a good thing to be aware of. So in terms of the 1,500, that's almost one every other day, calls for bears, what is the current protocol for bear response? Are we adequately supplied with the likes of hazing equipment and things like that? It sounds like that's a really common call for local PD.
Right, so we order what are called beanbag rounds. They're non-lethal rounds. We use them in police work, and we use them on bears. So we're not changing it out. And our response is basically, if we're gonna haze a bear, it's gonna be with a beanbag round. We have, if it gets that level, we have gone to many houses where we've had bears inside the house, and to this point, we haven't shot a bear in a house lethally. We've beanbagged them, scare them out of the house, and they're on their way. It's the regular hazing stuff. You shot at them, you bang the pots, and you shoot them in the butt with a beanbag.
Is there, I know for a lot of other police activities, there's sort of standards of operation that are set, statewide, nationwide, for how to encounter and escalate, but I don't know how much of that there is for police and bears, because that's not,
Right, so-
outside of a handful of communities in the American West, that may not be very common.
Right,
Is
so
there,
in
is there
developing
current best thinking and best practices that are studied more broadly than just our department?
Yes.
And do we regularly update, like, is that what we're doing? And do we regularly update our processes, say, with input from CDFW or other relevant agencies?
So to develop our bear encounter and aversion general order, we got input from the Canadian RCMP, Avon, Colorado, the CDFW Department of Wildlife Bear Management Policy, Journal of Wildlife Management, and the National Park Service. So we kind of reached out across and in looking at this, is the CDFW Bear Management Policy looks like it's almost a nationwide standard.
I would imagine, given our centrality in that. Okay, thank you.
Great. Questions?
Chief, can I add stats for you?
Yeah.
In the last 365 days, we responded to 75 trash violations. I can't see in what I have on my laptop on how many citations were issued, but we responded to 75 violations. Obviously, that requires someone to call us or on view the trash violation. So I think the collaboration with STR will help with that.
It's like once a week. That's significant.
So, question. So to the
More than once a week, I know.
So,
I know,
Chief,
I can do division.
so to the extent that we can reduce human negligence, trash accumulation, both in residential and commercial properties, that would likely reduce the number of calls that you or Fish and Wildlife might have to make. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think eventually that would be true.
Thank you.
Roberts, any questions? Great. I guess my only question really is, thinking about the over 300 calls a year on bears, do you feel like this dilutes your ability at the real mission of law enforcement at a human level? And I'm asking that because, thinking about a liaison or something that helps bring that number down so that your mission is still the protection of our residents more than protecting us from bears in a way. But we need both. I'm just wondering, is it diluting your mission, basically?
There is some mission creep there. I think for what we're asked to do, it's not that much of an encroachment on what we're doing now or our time. I think that when you get into bear management, you're going to need personnel. You talk about a liaison. That's mission creep for the police department. None of us are biologists. We need somebody that's got that expertise to do that.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. And with that, we'll go ahead and move to public comment, and we may have some more questions when we get to discussion. Yes, Ms. Allen.
Good evening. My name is Leona Allen. I'm a lifelong resident of the South Shore. And welcome. If you know me, you know that I am a loud wildlife advocate. I spend thousands of hours educating our visitors about coexistence with black bears at Taylor Creek. I support and participate in wildlife education programs, especially for our schools. I assist residents with break-in prevention information and efforts, and occasionally crawl into a house to get a bear out when appropriate. So it breaks my heart that my own community has become the epicenter of human-bear conflict issues, and in some instances, human-human conflict issues. I would love to see us all work together to spread the word regarding living in harmony with wildlife and being a respectful visitor in bear country. So instead of spending time, energy, money, and effort on maybe one situation which has a singular impact, perhaps wildlife advocacy organizations should think in terms of a lasting impact on all bears. Here are some examples. Encourage city leaders to install bear boxes in the campground by the lake, which is one of the only 2 campgrounds in all of Tahoe that does not have them. The other one, although on county property, as the chief advised, is within the city limits, and both of them are in the middle of residential areas. Work with the city and county leaders to actually enforce rules about feeding wildlife and trash disposal, with significantly higher fines and consistent regulations. I have often camped and backpacked in Canada, and the fine there for leaving food out in your campground is $25,000. Now, that's 25,000 Canadian, but it still makes an impact and makes a difference, and they don't have a problem. Focus on the hotels in the State Lane area that intentionally leave their dumpsters open so that the visitors have a better bear experience. And yes, that's happening. Concentrate on contacting businesses, especially restaurants and grocery stores, as well as apartment complexes regarding securing dumpsters. There is a restaurant in the middle of your town where a cooking oil container simply has an unlocked lid and a rock on top. Focus on second homeowners and VHRs who can pose a problem due to the lack of awareness and the lack of consistent presence in the residence. Work with city and county leaders to establish a wildlife advocate as part of their staff, someone who can develop and support preventative efforts and residents and visitors. And I say city and council, this could be a shared position. There's so much more that we can do to impact all of our wildlife in a positive way. Instead of focusing on one conflict issue, it has to be all of us, city and county, Tahoe Interagency Bear Team, wildlife advocacy organizations. All of us need to work together. And I leave this with one thought for the City Council, just in case you are still considering a bear sanctuary. Name me one black bear sanctuary in the entire world that has a residential zone in the middle of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Allen. Anybody else? I know there's more that, yes, please come forward and state your name for the record.
My name's Diane Lepovsky. I've been a resident since 1981. Actually worked for the city, South Lake Tahoe, Parks and Rec when I first moved here. And I was at home listening to you guys on TV, and I just live right down the street, so I figured I'd want to come and talk. And about the bear problem. So everybody has such great ideas about what's going on with our bears, but I'm wondering if anybody ever put 1 and 1 together and 2. South Tahoe Refuse, I love them to death. They do great work, but I think they draw a lot of bears to our town. I smell them from June to November. Get up in the morning, walk outside, it's a beautiful sunny blue day, take a deep breath, and you smell the dump. Bears can smell from a mile to 20 miles away. I'm thinking that that's a big attraction. Has anybody driven by the dump lately? South Tahoe Refuse, I'm sorry. Has anybody driven by there lately? Okay. Why do we have a dump in the middle of our town? Why do we have a dump that's 3 miles away from one of the most beautiful lakes in the world? Noise pollution at 3 o'clock in the morning in the summertime, Monday through Saturday. They smell, they create dust. They're outdoors. If anybody else in this town would be making that type of pollution, noise pollution, smell pollution, air pollution, we'd be in big trouble. So why They cleared out the whole area, all new asphalt and everything last year. Did they put up one brand-new building where they can contain their stuff inside? I have a 6-foot fence in my backyard. They have a 6-foot fence around their dump. Can somebody tell me why we have a dump in the middle of our town? They started in 1961. We now have 15 million visitors a year in our basin. I don't know how many are alone in South Lake Tahoe, but I've been living in my house since 1987. Since probably the year 2000, the dump has gotten crazy. We're taking motorhomes that are smashing, we're taking motels that they're tearing down that used to be Motel 6, and our college. So I'm just kind of putting it out there. Maybe somebody can think about it. Maybe they could contain it inside. They could come up to the 21st century. We finally just got boxes that have been there in South.
Thank you so much for your comments.
20 years, 40 years.
Yes, just please come forward, and I guess Ms. Soderston's first.
Good evening, Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. I actually agree that we should be able to work collaboratively and together. I think that we have a wonderful agency here that has been maligned by some of the other agencies in the area. The Bear League is here doing the work that they say is essential to mitigating these bear conflicts every single day. They have 10 mats for 17 counties, and we give out more than 20 mats a week to people. We are loaning them on a daily basis. They are saying that you are required to go through the process of securing your property with all possible attempts. And, that includes bear wiring. If a bear is able to get through your window and you haven't secured it with bear wiring, then you have not done everything to mitigate that problem. We do not have aggressive bears that are attacking people, and I understand that people are scared when a bear bluff charges them. I get that it's intimidating, but how many actual conflicts do we have that isn't just a bear trying to look for food? We have had an incredible amount of logging in our forests for the past several years. We have had a fire in our forests for the past several years. If you go out there, there is very little food and habitat left for them. We spend every day hazing these bears, sometimes 9 hours a day spent hazing bears out of neighborhoods, which is essential. It's great that the Fish and Wildlife can show up and take DNA so that they can label a bear a conflict. And we understand that that is something that needs to be happening, but we are there every day hazing the bears. And I think that it's very essential that Fish and Wildlife and the interagency bear team recognize that we are a part of a team. We all have shared goals. Our goals are to protect the bears and to protect the humans. There is no conflict here because we think that there's more that could be done to keep bears from being killed in our town. Does not mean that we're not on the same page with these agencies. So please, we do need to do more. There is so much more. If you go to the West Shore, almost every other home is wired with bear wiring. I drove there last week just to make sure that I was not fooling myself. It is almost every other home, and they do not have the conflicts that we do here. So please, the trash is a problem. It's a huge problem. We are cleaning up trash every single day because Clean Tahoe's not always open, and we don't have time to wait because we have to clean it up before the wind blows it into the lake or it attracts more bears. So please just do everything we can to protect not only the people and our visitors, but the wildlife that we all love as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Yes, Mr. Pettigo. Oh, no, Mr. Mosier. Or if you could just state your name for the record.
Hi, everyone, and everybody here too. Pardon me for wearing sunglasses. They're medically prescribed, and if I didn't have them on, I wouldn't be able to see your beautiful, handsome faces. So forgive me. My name is Ann Bryant. I'm the executive director of the Bear League, and I've been doing this since our founding almost 30 years ago, working 24/7, 7 days a week, all year long. I had with bears. I had a old flip phone on my waist when I went to my mother's funeral and had to get up and leave her funeral because I had a bear call. So it's my life. I'm very involved in it. I'm very dedicated to it, and we work hard for our goal, which for the Bear League is people living in harmony with bears. We believe that's possible if people can be a little bit tolerant and a lot educated, and that's what we work on. We've also learned, especially I have and my volunteers, I've several hundred volunteers, 2,500 supporting members. We've learned by dealing with bears and people that the bears are really smart, and a lot of people aren't. And the bears are getting smarter, and a lot of people aren't. And I think that's part of the problem. We have been working now for all these years with various different programs, different ideas. Our Department of Wildlife has vastly improved from what it was when we first started. They now take DNA before a bear is destroyed. They coach people on lots of ways to avoid having problems. We've come a long way, but we're still making a lot of mistakes, and we're still doing the same types of things, and we're not getting any further. This has gotten worse. I've watched it in horror. I've watched bears go into houses more and more, damage people's property, scare people in the dead of night. I've watched mother bears teach their cubs that that's the way to forage. You break a window or you walk in through an open screen door and you go to the refrigerator, and this is how we eat. And then those cubs grow up and teach their cubs the same thing. So we had a person that was here at a meeting a few weeks or months ago that came up with a brilliant idea to have the city of South Lake Tahoe declared a bear sanctuary city. At first that seemed kind of silly. What would that mean? The bears would be running amok and we wouldn't do anything about it? We'd just say, okay, bears, you can do what you want. No, that's not what he was talking about, and we researched it, and we realized it's a way to come together as a city. Oh, my goodness, I didn't even
You
get
can
there.
finish your thoughts, and then I'll give you a little extra time since you're representing an organization.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can finish. I'll give you a little more time because you're
Let me talk.
representing the
I'm
Bear
sorry, I'm
League.
really hard of hearing.
No worries.
So, thank you, Cody. We thought that what we could do with this idea, and we've researched it, we've talked to some attorneys, we've reached out to some people, it would be the beginning of something that could just expand into untold territory. First of all, the world is already watching. We've had a lot of calls from the media. We're just trying to kind of push them back, saying, we don't know anything yet. We've had a lot of interest. We've had a lot of questions. What would it entail? People are scared and people are excited, and everywhere in between. So what I would like to do tonight, myself as the executive director of the Bear League, is to invite the city council, the police department, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, to join with the Bear League and come and sit down at a table and talk about the potential of what we can come to reach with this idea, powwow, brainstorm. I can see thoughts of establishing an actual sanctuary out away from town a little ways, fundraising, with all of us working together on the fundraising. There's no stopping us. Getting the land and building an actual sanctuary when a bear is incorrigible, let's put him or her there. We don't have to kill him. The public and the visitors who come from all over the world to see our bears could go see them without having to put food out on the decks of their short-term rental and feeding them.
Great. Thank
How
you
about
so
we
much.
look at birth control
So,
as a team together, our organizations, and we choose these mother bears that are doing exactly what Hope is doing, feeding her baby by taking her, going into houses and taking her cub into houses.
thank you
and
so much for your comments.
sterilizing her. I mean, it's like a bizarre thought, but it can be done.
I
And we can
appreciate
do
it.
it together.
Thank you. Thank you. I've got to get moving on to the other commenters, but thank you for being here. And we'll definitely be discussing all this and appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Mr. Mosier.
Ed Moser, South Lake Tahoe. I'm going to start off with, before I run out of time, Tookie Silch is sitting right back here. Dealt with him a number of times. He'll come out 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you have a bear problem, you know, under a deck, under a house, how to call him out on a couple of occasions. He should get a key to the city. And while he's sitting here, don't let him leave here without one. He's been doing it for a long time, and at no expense, won't accept anything in gratitude, except a thank you, and does a tremendous job and a tremendous service to the community, to the whole South Shore here. He kills mosquitoes and saves bears and saves people's houses and property. Should be commended. Leona Allen mentioned about motels and hotels and leaving dumpsters open. I had to deal with one behind a friend's house down the street from me. And, we're leaving the dumpster open, and bear would come and crash through the fence after it was done. And after I repaired the fence, a number of times, 5 or 6, 7 times, I finally went over there and said, could you please close your dumpster, and put the lock bar up. And they said, well, our guests like it. They like the bears to come around. They like to see the bears and get pictures of them. So, that is part of the problem. I got them to do that finally, and after they got new owners. That is the problem. I've had a bear-proof several houses and for neighbors across the street from me and on my street. And, putting rebar up to keep them out from under the decks, simplest and cheapest, and didn't have to put electric wiring up or anything. So there are alternatives, there are simple solutions and inexpensive ones and ways to keep them out. The only problem is now they come sleep in my yard. Since they can't get under the decks. So I have 3 holes in my yard there where they come to sleep. But I have a deal with them. If you don't break into the house, don't damage any of the property, you're welcome to stay and move on. It is a lot of recognition, and a lot is of just bear-proofing the property so that they can't get in. Windows, a number of houses have bars on the windows on the first floor. Also, I noticed one bear climbing up where people put the new refuse bins, the big 95-gallon things right under a window, and I noticed a bear at a neighbor's climbing up on that, so it could get in, probably to get into the window. The window was right above that. So to be conscious of that and to not put those containers right under your windows. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mosier. Yes, please come forward, and thank you.
My name is Colleen Bai. I've lived here a long time. People establish this. I'm not part of the Bear League, but I'm married to somebody that works with the Bear League. We're in the middle of a remodel. He gets a call, and he's like, I got to go get this bear out of the house. Like, it is so constant. One time he had mortar mixed, and Kathy called, and I'm like, he needs 15 minutes. We don't have 15 minutes. I mean, that is how much the Bear League is committed. And I know 2G2, and I heard Leona Allen. I mean, it's all the right thing. Just what Scott said. He's like, we're not the one that can really decide on a commission and, with all of our knowledge. You need a conversation. You need to bring in the Bear League. You need to bring in the people, the biologists. You need to bring in the Department of Wildlife, and you need to have a fruitful conversation. I really appreciated the police officer that said there were, in the 5 years, there were, however many, 1,545 calls, but there were like 6 encounters over those 5 years. Well, that's important information. I do know the Bear League was documenting when the person was at fault, where there was trash left out.
We're the sentient beings, we're supposed to be the intelligent ones, and yet somebody still leaves food out in their car, unlocked. Oh my gosh, there's a bear in it, right? These things are predictable. And so if we were a sanctuary city, I can't say if that's a good idea or not, but that is one way of getting out information to the public, because it's really about being smart, living in harmony with our bears. And there are so many people that care. Anne has devoted her life to it. I mean, I think that's super commendable. Me, I just want to get the remodel done. But anyway, no, I love bears. I appreciate you guys. So let's have you guys have a conversation with the interested parties. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments. Yes, Ms. Mitchell.
I realized I didn't introduce myself last time. I'm Haley Mitchell. I just want to start out, thank you for letting me speak. Two things. Fish and Wildlife showed the map about the break-ins in the Tahoe Keys. The Tahoe Keys is one of the few neighborhoods that doesn't allow for bear boxes, so that's shows why there's a concentration of break-ins there that needs to be addressed. Secondly, it also shows how we need more education about bear mitigation, since one of our council members asked about where to get the bear unwelcome mat. I would like to say my intention is not to criticize the Fish and Wildlife. My goal is to simply encourage better collaboration between Fish and Wildlife and our local organizations like the Bear League. These incidents are not problem bears, they're problems created by us. I want to bring up an incident earlier this year on Butler Avenue where they had the Fish and Wildlife out of Hope and the Baby Bounce that are considered problem bears treed. And when I arrived there, the next door neighbor had their recycling bin, the one that's not locking, tipped over and rummaged through. And I went over there and looked to pick up the trash, and there was Jack in the Box in that bin. So it's just user error, and maybe those bins need to be bear locked as well. I personally have the problem bear, Hope and Bounce, walking by my house multiple times a week, and they have never once attempted to break into my house because I don't leave any attractants. I keep my doors locked, and yeah, they're not problem bears. They're problems created by us. I just wanted to say that I contact the Bear League probably multiple times a week. They're probably sick of me, but I call them just to tell them that there are bears in my area, and they respond immediately and stay most of the day just to monitor the bears. So I would really hope that the Fish and Wildlife collaborate with the Bear League and other local organizations to help this problem and not just kill the problem bears, but help fix the problem. Thank you for your guys' time.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mitchell. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, we'll go ahead and go to our Zoom platform.
Okay, we just have one hand raised at this time. Mr. Asbury.
Hello, City Council and staff. Thank you for this opportunity here again. Sorry, just trying to. I'd like to be a voice for the bears tonight who are trying to survive in the same environment as humans. I'd like to encourage the City Council to consider expanding the existing South Lake Tahoe sanctuary city policies afforded to humans to expand to the bear population. As mentioned from some of the other speakers, my goal is to unite and partner with all jurisdictions regarding our bear population in regards to how human-bear conflicts are addressed, with the purpose of decreasing unnecessary bear deaths in the South Lake Tahoe region. I have jotted down a couple pros. Human-bear conflict decrease. Bears don't suffer the death sentence due to human irresponsibility. We can be the first in the world of its kind, being a world-class place for study, tourism, and job opportunities, stimulating our local economy while simultaneously being an example to the world in the best management practices for humans to coexist with bears and wildlife. A simple description would basically be a local elected board and members that would be involved in all human-bear interactions, providing free education on how to prevent a reoccurrence, along with tools and financial assistance in order to bear-proof residences and/or businesses. Taking this monumental move forward doesn't equate to an increase in police labor, city staff, nor expenditures, taxes, red tape regulation, fees, penalties, or sacrificing human safety. Just as humans and bears have learned bad habits over the years, throughout consistency and proper education, we can reverse this pattern. It all boils down to how you 5 city council members choose to proceed. Do we continue to avoid the root cause of human-bear conflicts and kick the can down the road? Or do we decide as a city council and community to take the necessary steps going forth to create something that hasn't been done before? I say we owe it to the bears to at least try. And then I would just, final comment would be that I've seen the different, from the police force to the Department of Fish and Game and some of the other ideas that I think we all have the same goals, but we have, I think, a healthy exchange of ideas going forth, and we can all work in harmony for the bear's sake. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We have 2 more hands raised, or 1 more hand raised. Mr. Messina.
Thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to respond here. A lot of issues were brought up. I'm speaking on behalf of the Tahoe Bear organization. I'm trying to respond to some of these comments. One, they're doing a lot about trash cans, but they're allowing people like my next door neighbor to feed the bears constantly, and it's legal. And that is because he has apple trees, and the bears go by down the street, smell the apples, go through our yard to climb up in his trees and get apples. And what we really need to do, if you're talking about banning garbage, you got to ban food on the trees too. I think we need to have an ordinance that says no fruit trees are allowed within the city limits. Tahoe Keys gets a lot of heat because of all the bear problems they have there, and it's blamed on lack of bear boxes. But them, like us, ourselves, live on the edge of the Truckee Marsh where the bears hang out. It has nothing to do with the bear boxes and garbage cans. It's simply we have a high concentration of bears roaming around our homes. Canada considers 1.5 bears per acre a high density. South Lake Tahoe has 25 bears per acre. It's the highest ratio anywhere in the United States. We need to decrease it. Now, on Kodiak Island, they decreased it by shooting 180 bears per year. Maybe that's what we need to do here. I hope not, but we've got too many bears. Hazing by the police, the beanbags is still the most effective deterrent. I've had bears actually charging me, trying to keep me out of my yard, and their response and the beanbags work quite effectively, whereas fences and paintballs don't. We've had repeated problems with the Fish and Wildlife in not showing up in time. Their response has always been delayed, if at all. And the bears hang around for a few days, not a few weeks. So if you have damage and they take a few weeks to respond, that bear is long gone before they get here. Bear wiring we found to be very ineffective, and it's also illegal within the city limits of South Lake Tahoe, and that includes the bear mats. I advocate that the city and Fish and Wildlife use bear collars with tracking devices so we can tell which bears are causing problems and which ones aren't, so we can concentrate on those bears that are problems.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Your 3 minutes is up. Have a good night. That's it.
All right. Great. So with that, we'll go ahead and bring this back to council. We've got a couple options here. We can give some direction at looking to change the ordinances that are in place. We could also take the presentation and choose to do nothing. I'll throw it out that I think that there is some really great advocates for the bears here. And one of the suggestions I heard was, how can we get to the same table to figure out the changes that we need as a collaborative effort together. I don't know that the five of us trying to sit up here and decide that is really what's best when you are truly the experts and the advocate of, the position. And I heard CDFW say that they were willing to even be a part of that process and what they can do to assist with their expertise. And I think that maybe kind of maybe it's not an ad hoc, but it could be an ad hoc if we wanted 2 council members there to really look at bringing us back what changes would be best for the Bears, for our community, but have you folks come together and work at that and then bring that back to us to then look at changing the ordinance. Seems to me like an appropriate way for moving forward rather than, I know what I know, but I really see that you guys know much more with the experience that you've, and the love and advocacy that you've put into this issue. So I think that's a reasonable way, but I'll hear from the other council members. Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Mayor, first, I want to thank all the parties who are here tonight, those who care about the Bears and care about the safety of people. I want to thank our staff for the work that they do, our police department and others. STR that does things, and I think your point, Mayor, is getting everyone together and saying, how do we get on a common page? How can we all work together toward a goal of bear safety and human safety, and avoiding human negligence that creates issues? And so I agree with you that if we direct our staff respectfully, that they work with the developing a protocol involving the city, the Bear League, the California Division of Fish and Wildlife, and allied agencies like STR, HOAs, to address human bear contacts, and that they can bring that conversation back. They are the experts. I'm not, and do that in a time certain, so that we know this will be back in 30 days or 60 days or.
Well, it's just hard to know exactly that time frame sometimes, right? Because of scheduling and the groups, and so I agree with you. We want it back fast.
As soon as possible.
Exactly. That's I think.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, no worries. Let's see. Anybody? Ms. Hagman? Oh, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah. We have a representative from South Tahoe Refuse. I have some questions for South Tahoe Refuse, and we didn't get a chance to do that in the earlier section. So, so for our rep from South Tahoe Refuse, if you want to come up to the lectern. So a couple of the items that have seemed to have come up in the last year with the new cart system is partially because the new carts are very large. A lot of them are being stored outside. At least I see that around my neighborhood. But we have locking bins for the trash. And I actually have seen specifically Hope try to get into the locked trash bin with no success. So that worked out quite well. But the recycling bins do not lock. And I think the reality seems to be that, people are going to put pizza boxes in those recycling bins no matter how much we tell them not to. That's a user error. That's going to be part of reality, is that people aren't always going to wash out everything in a recycling bin. What is the current status of being able to deploy locking recycle bins? Because that seems to be one of the major improvements that we could make to reduce bear attraction to our waste streams.
Jeff Tillman with South Tahoe Reef. It's something that can be done, but we put the cost together for those type of bins. And in order to do bear-resistant blue carts, it'd be about another $5 million.
That should be about the same cost as the bear-resistant black bin, the trash bins, right? They're the same bins, just with blue.
The same price. It'd be about $5 million to change all those current blue carts to bear-resistant carts.
And that was done, the current change from no carts to the carts we have, that was done through a ratepayer assessment, right? Because we approved that, as I recall. The other problem is that in the update to the new cart system, there was much confusion as to how that would affect collection from bear boxes. Because the old system prior to the rollout of the new bins, STR would collect regular trash cans, generic trash cans, non-specific trash cans that were stored in bear boxes. And as I understood it, the policy going forward after the change was that previously existing, aka grandfathered in bear boxes would be collected, but no new bear boxes would be collected.
No, that's not correct.
After that. But there was much confusion about that. So I want to get abject clarity on what is the current policy for South Tahoe refuse and bear boxes.
The current policy for bear boxes is if those individuals that want to put bear boxes at their home, they still can, and we will still service them.
And that includes new bear boxes that have
That
gone up
includes new-
recently, not just before the
That's
change.
correct.
So bear boxes are still serviced. So that, the reason I asked that is because we had the HOA question about HOAs that may ban them, and I want to make sure that we have an on-the-record, unambiguous clarity on that point.
As I understand it, though, as a question, that TKPOA does allow bear boxes, because I have several neighbors who have them. Is that your understanding, or am I mistaken? That the Tahoe Keys, TK, yeah, whatever I'm a member of, Property Owners Association, that they allow bear boxes, because I have neighbors who have them in the neighborhood, and they were fairly recent, and your people do an excellent job servicing those boxes. Is that correct? As far as you?
Yeah, we're going to service those bear boxes, and like I said, we're.
Yeah, TKPOA allows bear boxes. Yeah,
Do you
yeah,
have a
yeah.
rep from TKPOE here to actually state?
Well, I am a member, and they're all over our street unless they're illegal. And if there are, we're happy about it.
Mr. Robbins, any other questions?
How much was, I'm trying to remember, how much was the rate increase in order to fund the last bear box upgrade? What was the delta and that was spread over, that's financed over quite a few years, right? So it's not $5 million all in next year's rate. It was a rate increase, so that pays for the boxes over a period of time.
Yeah, tonight you're going to get the second half of that increase that we asked for to, go forward with the 1383, the 3 carts and the new equipment. If the city wants to, put bear-resistant blue carts out there, STR is fine with that, but again, I'm saying the cost is about $5 million, and we don't know where to go from there with it.
Well, it'll go back to the ratepayer.
So let me rephrase this question. I'm trying to understand if new bins, because the last upgrades were 3 whole new bins for trash and recycling and yard waste. So that's 3 whole bins, one of which was bear resistant.
Right.
So another update would be to the blue bins, to upgrade them to locking blue bins. Would not be as much as 3 whole new bins. It would be a little less because it's just one set of bins. So I'm trying to get the sense, if that's a $5 million cost, financed over the duration of several years' worth of rates, what would that actually be in terms of rate changes? If that would be something.
That's a hard question just to ask somebody off the fly.
I would have to put those numbers together, but
Okay.
I will tell you, in the original rate application, the cost of bins was close to $10 million. And, the biggest chunk of that was the bear resistant that we ordered.
And I would just point out as well, like I was a big advocate of getting the grizzly bins. I think it was a huge move that we did for the bears. Probably one of the biggest things we've been able to do was have everybody at one time have a bear lockable container that never existed before. My blue bin has never been broken into, but I wash all my recyclables every time. I make sure to not put pizza boxes in the blue bin, and it's never been attacked. And so this is a user error that I don't believe $5 million needs to be spent for a couple people that won't do what they are supposed to do. We have enforcement abilities to go against those people. So, Ms. Haglund.
That's exactly where I was going to go, actually. I think several of the guests today, including the staff report, mentions enforcement. And I do appreciate the staff report. I was able to read it here quickly. And there's a lot of information about incidents and fees, but not a lot about what we are already doing in terms of enforcement. So I think that's an important piece to this. I agree that a liaison or some sort of, I think the word was, there was some sort of advocate, wildlife advocate or liaison. I think that is a good piece going forward, but also I would like to hear more about what we're doing for enforcement and where we could be increasing enforcement. Because once people are educated, if they continue to do it, it's because no one's enforcing it. So I would say it's a two-pronged campaign. where one is really aggressive education with the clear messaging that this is where we're going with this, and this is what enforcement looks like, and then follow up with enforcement. And that's what I wanted to add.
Thank you so much. Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the bear-resistant blue bins are available for the VHRs. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have made some available for them, and we've also got some blue carts with straps that we put on them. But yeah, because of the new ordinance of the VHRs, we did retrofit some, for those.
How many do you have of those?
I don't have, I think we've retrofit about 250. Does that sound about right? Yeah.
All right.
Is that something that could potentially be made available upon request to the public at large?
I don't know if I want to go there right at this point. I do like the conversation about educating the public on the right way to do with, to deal with your recycling. We have seen out there, and generally when a recycling bin is tipped, it's because there's something in there that should not be in there.
Right.
And I think I heard the comment earlier tonight, the bears are getting smarter, but the public's not, or the people aren't. And I tend to agree with that. I think education and going forward is the way to go with this.
We heard.
Mr. Roberts, I don't believe was done. Were you done? Okay, excuse me. Just wanted to make sure.
We had, I think, 75 violations for citations, or for fines and citations for trash in the city. And the process was mentioned that sometimes that comes initially through STR that identifies, trash that's been left out or knocked over upon collection. How many in the last year, how many of those have come into SDR? I know none have reached 3, thus getting reported to the city, but how many have been encountered in total?
I don't have the number right off the top of my head.
Okay.
I mean, our guys do track it, they do take pictures, and they also clean up the mess, before they leave. So sometimes people don't even know there's a problem because we're cleaning it up before they get back. So we try to notify them, let them know this was the issue, or we leave a oops tag on the, container, if there was a problem with that. But I'm sure we've got numbers. I don't have it off the top of my head. I'm just being honest with you.
Can city staff request that and then forward those numbers to all members of the council? I think that'd be good information for us to get fed upwards. And in fact, I generally think in terms of considering this policy going forward, having a regular report, a regular structure of saying, this is how many we've seen internally in our operation. If that number were regularly fed through quarterly, biannually, something appropriate, I think that would be a good thing to have and to report out to staff and council, if that's something you're willing to collaborate
we're
on.
more than willing to do that. And, starting in January, we're changing the way we're going to be doing our routing. So our guys will be out there a little bit longer and have more time to take care of these issues and make, take those pictures and, write it down and do everything that needs to be done. So we got no problem with that.
All right, excellent. Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion that we direct our staff to establish a collaborative protocol involving the city, the Bear League, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, and allied agencies like STR and HOAs to address the bear-human contacts. Looking at all of this valuable knowledge and resources here that collaboratively come up with a protocol that is observed by all parties. That's my motion. So that would be the motion to proceed and establish a collaborative protocol as defined.
I will second that. I would ask about Leona Allen, because I don't know that if she's part of the barely do. Should we put her in the motion possibly?
Certainly, I think if there is a party of someone like Ms. Allen, who we could certainly include in the motion, that you include interested parties like that.
That's perfect. I'll second that motion.
I don't understand what the request is. Could you please clarify?
The request is that we actually do something. The request is, instead of just talking about this, that we have all the players here who can come up with a collaborative relationship, a protocol, so if we get it, there's a bear call, and it's a non-lethal, we know who to contact. The people knows who to contact. And if it's lethal, that's a different situation. But we have the STR, we have the Bear League, we have interested parties, we have our police, our fine police department, to come up with a protocol that says how we are going to deal with these issues and address the issues that you have and others have defined about enforcement and so on. What is the protocol? How is it going to work? Who's going to do what? And so that we have direction, so that it doesn't belabor on to 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 months, and we're still talking about it 6 months from now. That's not that staff would intentionally do that, but they want to know where we're coming from, so we need to tell them. We want them to work on a collaborative relationship.
Great, so we have a motion and a second, and I think
still
we can
don't know
vote.
what we're voting for, yeah.
Yeah, do you have the original motion?
What's that?
Did you capture the original motion?
I don't understand what staff's being asked. Does staff understand what staff's being asked to do here? Because I don't.
Yeah, what I heard is the motion is to establish a collaborative protocol involving the city, bear groups that are engaged and want to be a part of the solution, including Bear League, CDF, CDFW, and allied agencies, including homeowners associations. And we will, from my understanding, that's marching orders that I'm going to lead an effort with the police chief of police, and we're going to facilitate a conversation with those folks. And we will try to find areas where there's common ground based on what they see as their framework for how they would respond to this, and report back to the council with what findings we have. And that's the motion I understand it to be.
The
So we have a
is-
motion and a
Hang
second.
on, I have clarifying questions about the motion so that I can understand before I vote on it. So the motion is to, as you understand it, is to go have meetings with the interested parties and then report back on the content of the meetings. Is that ultimately what you understand the motion to be?
Correct, with the ultimate goal of perhaps coming back with a draft protocol.
Okay.
All right, we can vote.
Okay, I'll do a verbal vote. Ms. Horgan?
Yes.
Mr. Robbins?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
Before we move on, I want to ask for a couple of
So,
things. Before we
look,
move
hey,
on,
you
I
know
want
what?
to ask for a couple
We
of
are
things.
moving on. You're not the mayor right now. We are moving on. All right? The item is done, the motion is passed, and we are now going to move
You can
on.
make more than one motion,
You know
Cody.
what? The motion is passed.
make
We are
another
moving the
motion.
item on and forward. You are not running this meeting. So we're going to move on to our consent agenda. Before we do this, actually, we should talk about a few items that come up in the future part of the agenda that I believe could be pushed off due to time today.
Please.
City council assignments to boards and commissions, as well as update to city council protocols, I think are something that we can put on to the next meeting. I don't think, unless staff has a challenge with that.
I second it.
If I heard you right, you were saying items 19, 20, 19 and 20?
Yeah,
Could
19
be
and
pushed
20
off to
because
January?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's only one cautionary thing that could come up. There might be a board or commission that has a meeting before the January 13th, but I'll check that out, and if we have to have a staff member be a liaison and listen, we'll do that.
Okay,
Excellent,
great.
Mr. Chair.
Perfect. Everybody's okay with that?
Yes.
All right. All right, so with that, we're going to go ahead and move on to the consent agenda. We actually have two consent agendas, so we'll go ahead and just start with the first consent agenda. And any members of council that would like to pull an item,
I have one.
okay, what item is that?
Just item 13 for clarification
Okay.
on the consent, including the RDA, the successor agency.
Okay. So item 13 is also an item that I must recuse on because of property ownership. And so basically what will happen is we are going to pull that item off. We'll go ahead and vote for, oh, did you
I
have
also have a
something to pull?
clarifying question on 11. I don't think I need to pull it, I just have a clarifying question on 11.
Okay, so
But
if
that
we don't
doesn't
want
need
to
to get
pull it,
pulled.
then we can
I
just
just
do that
wanted to
before.
ask the question before we
Okay.
vote.
So then item 13 is going to be pulled. Let's go ahead and do a clarifying question, I guess, before public comment, since it's a question. So go ahead on item 11 for clarifying
So
question.
that's item 11 is the purchase of 2 outboard motors for our, I believe for one of our rescue boats. And I just want to clarify that that purchase price, the $104,800, that's for 2 motors, and that's the price for the 2 engines plus the installation of the engines, not just the price of 2 engines alone. Is that correct? Because I was looking through the RFQ, or the responses from the RFQ.
That's correct.
Okay.
And so the actual purchase price component of that for the engines themselves was $35,900, or just shy of $35,900 for the engine. And the installation and then sales tax was the next $14,000 and $6,000. So the total cost listed in the document, in the materials that we're approving for, is both the engine costs plus the installation plus sales tax. Right? Because this is in response to a public comment saying we're overpaying for the engines, but it looks like the price for the actual engines themselves is like within $1,000 of like some other commercial list price, but it's the installation and sales tax and the fact that there's two of them that account for the discrepancy there. I just want to verify that understanding.
Yes.
All right, perfect, thank you.
All right, so with that, we can go ahead and open public comment on the consent agenda minus item number 13. Ms. Soderston.
Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. It is Divestment December, so I just want to remind everybody that as you're looking at item number 7 today, our investment portfolio report, that we are still investing in genocide overseas, and it is incredibly important that even as a small municipality, we represent every single person that lives in our community. So if we are investing in anything that supports Israel, I think that we should be not having any of our money spent there. Our tax dollars do not belong in unaliving of innocent women and children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Soderston. Do you mind just wait till the very end of public comment and then go? Anybody else with public comment on the consent agenda minus item number 13? All right, seeing none in the room, we'll go to Zoom.
No comments on Zoom, Mayor.
Great. And Mr. Jenkins, did you want to briefly respond or ask a question?
No, I just want to make a motion.
Oh, go for it.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I'd like to make a motion to approve consent items 4 through 16 minus item 13 that has been pulled.
Okay, do we have a?
City Attorney, can we do both since one is the redevelopment agency, or do we need to take them as two separate motions?
Our normal practice would be to take them as separate motions.
Thank you for confirming that. So can we modify that to do 1 through 15 minus number 13?
Yeah, just do the regular consent.
Oh, yes, certainly. Thank you for the clarification.
Yep. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second, and we can vote.
Ms. Horgan?
Abstaining.
Sure. Mr. Robbins?
Aye.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes.
Mr. Roberts?
Yes.
That motion carries.
All right, so item 13 is an item that I will have to be recusing on. So for this item, I will appoint Mr. Roberts to run this item as I have to leave the room. And then I will be back when you guys are finished.
Mr. Mayor, may I, watch what the barrel did in there. Mr. Mayor, the reason that I asked to pull this is not to question the action per se, but to ask that a task be added to this Midtown environmental assessment. One I would ask that the environmental assessment include 2 additional components. A, that through the thorough evaluation of the impact on proposed new development and policies in the Midtown Plan for the corridor on emergency evacuation in the event of catastrophic fire be made. In my view, this is a critical component to how, and in CEQA, they talk about cumulative impacts, and that's what, to take a look at how whatever we are proposing affects that. Secondly, that there be an economic impact analysis of proposed land use changes and policies on the economy of South Lake Tahoe and job creation, including city revenues. While that per se is not a environmental issue, it is critical that you know what the impact of land use decisions are on the economics of the city. And if those were agreeable to the council, then I have no problem with the proposal as written.
Are there any questions on agenda item number 13?
Presiding officer, Mayor, I think in attachment A of the proposed work plan and deliverables, Zach, correct me where I'm missing something, but there is a list of goals that are in the scope that'll be addressed. And it talks about development and design standards to allow for additional height, coverage, and density, modified roof pitches, adjustment to parking, expanded and permissible uses, improved recreation amenities. And so one of the requests I'm hearing is that evacuation planning would be added to that scope. Zach, is that something that can be covered with the cost that's provided in this contract?
Well, absolutely. So under 2025 CEQA guidelines, the analysis of wildfire hazards, transportation, that includes evacuation, wildfire evacuation, any impacts to hazard mitigation plans or wildfire evacuation plans, that is analyzed as part of the CEQA analysis. So that is anticipated to be done as part of this. So that is under the current scope.
Mr. Mayor, just a clarification on that point, so that it will be highlighted how these proposed land use changes impacts, whether positively or negatively, the ability of people to get out of town in the event of catastrophic fire.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Thomas.
And then the second one was the economic analysis, and I believe that likely falls out of the scope of this analysis, or am I?
The economic analysis by itself is not part of basically the guidelines of the CEQA checklist. So that's not something that's analyzed as a result of CEQA. What I will add, though, is that the land use changes that are proposed, the development standards changes that are proposed, and the expansion of commercial uses, all of those are the result of extensive outreach to the business community and specifically addressed the housing needs that the business community requested, as well as the expanded development standards and uses allowed. So that was a direct result of the outreach, with the idea that these are the very types of things that the business community wanted to see to expand economic opportunity, including additional housing, including flexible parking standards, height standards, density standards, and allowable uses. So those were incorporated into the plan as a result of that outreach.
So I think, if I may, Mr. Mayor, so if I'm hearing you correctly, and thank you for your explanation, that because I'm certainly not going to be in an ability to approve anything unless I know specifically what the economic impacts are on our city, on our budget, and I assume that with increased densities up to 15 units per acre that are proposed in the plan, that we'll look at the types of units that can be constructed there and see how that component affects the, so as long as that's highlighted and evaluated in some appropriate manner, then, because we shouldn't be making land use decisions without I mean, I'm not saying we're not, but we shouldn't be making them without economic impact analysis, not just for the businesses, but also for our city economy. But so if the assurance is that is being done or has been done, then I'm fine.
Also, council member, I will add that in connection with the adoption of the plan, what's unique about this is that there will be an implementation component of it. It contains a variety of tools that can be used to implement the plan. And at that time, council could, in the future, direct analysis of economic impacts associated with some of those implementation measures. Some of those implementation measures include property tax abatement programs, or public-private partnerships, things like that. So that's also another chance to look at the economic impacts associated with some of these items as they're implemented. So that's another option too.
I'm perfectly satisfied then that will be evaluated. So I remove that second component and just defer to the first edition.
Thank you for thorough answers. Is there any more questions from council? We go to public comment.
Melissa Soderston, South Lake Tahoe. We do a lot of exemptions from CEQA, and today in the House they were discussing basically gutting CEQA and NEPA. So it's more important than ever that we actually have these environmental guidelines and reports being met. So while I understand the expediency and the convenience of dealing with the TRPA on a regular basis, the public has no faith and no trust in their agency at all. They have refused for more than a decade to conduct a basin-wide environmental impact report. So I think that when we go, and I actually am supportive of the Midtown Area Plan and most of the changes that we're going for, but I think that we are ignoring the environment in much of this. They talk about, flood mitigation and groundwater and all of these things, but they're selling the plans to another area. So that doesn't help flooding in my area, just for you to transfer it somewhere else. I really would urge you to not continue to pass this money back and forth among these corrupt basin agencies. There has been a lot of collaboration. You call it your public-private partnerships, but that doesn't infuse any money into our economy. It just simply gives TRPA another pass to do what they want without any actual oversight from outside agencies at all. So they're not an environmental agency. They are a development agency. They have done more harm to the lake in recent years than they have done good. And it is time to find someone who actually understands the environment and actually has a scientist working for them to do these environmental impact reports. Thank you.
Ms.
Soderson, do you?
Oh, I think I can.
Yeah, clarify
Or
the
I'm not going to
question.
vote on it, so I kind of want to ask. Actually, no, this is not. We're in a deliberatives. I just want to. I want what I think we're doing is to look completely at all environmental issues, and not skate. To become something else that I think that's my understanding of what we're going to do. If I'm wrong, somebody tell me.
Mr. Tessar.
Good evening, Mr. Presiding Officer and members of the City Council. Steve Fisher on behalf of Tahoe Chamber. I want to commend the city for the tremendous outreach that they've done in developing the Midtown Area Plan. Now we're going to look at the environmental impacts. But there was tremendous input from the community at large as well as the businesses in that area, which is an area in the town that needs revitalization. And this is all about revitalization. So we urge you to move forward with this item and get the environmental analysis underway, and we'll continue to be involved in the process. Thank you very much.
Is there anybody else from the public that would like to comment on item number 13? Seeing none, do we have any on Zoom?
We have one hand raised, Mr. Allen. I'm sorry, Mr. Miller, Alan Miller.
Thank you, Alan Miller, civil and environmental engineer. We had a run-in over these area plans and your permit streamlining associated with that earlier in the year. And a very unsatisfactory outcome as far as I'm concerned regarding that and the performance of the city council in total with regard to that. So I have to really speak in support of Ms. Soderstein's comments as well. The TRPA is not an environmental protection agency in any sense, quite the opposite. And the city has become captured by the TRPA under the area planning regulations that TRPA developed ostensibly in response to calls from the local governments. But it's all, mutual back-patting society to do illegal permit streamlining. And it needs to end. Not only because it's illegal, it's robbing the city of funds, it's robbing citizens of their right to participate in their own local government because TRPA is running roughshod over everything. And so, Ms. Soderstein pointed out a number of significant elements, and these environmental exemptions are coming down the pike, and the city loves that. The city loves that because you don't have to do any environmental analysis behind it, or whatever you do is deficient and lame, and we've seen it time and time again from TRPA and all the other agencies. But some of the counties, I'll say, do better than our city. I will give them that credit. And so I'm very dissatisfied as a member of the city that this is the level of analysis and this is the level of following the law that is being practiced. And nobody's resisting it because everybody just wants permit streamlining and gimme, 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 just like they wanted to have a city council appointment tonight. Gimme, gimme, gimme. We don't want to wait. Everything's got to be done efficient, and the people get no voice. And, I'm not very pleased about that, and I think we need to change that. That's my thoughts this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. No additional public comments.
Okay, we'll bring it back to council for deliberation.
Yeah, I have a question, or I have a
Mr.
comment.
Councilman Robbins.
Just to clarify my understanding of the issue and to put this into sort of simple terms. Back in September, we reviewed the Midtown area plan updates. This is, as laid out in the graph here, this is the area that runs in the general vicinity of Lakeview Commons, along Highway 50, around Lakeview Commons to the Sierra Tract neighborhood, but just the area around Highway 50, and then the college as well. And we approved an update for the Midtown area plan that would allow a little higher density housing, mixed-use commercial, mixed-use neighborhoods, mixed-use development in that area. And this is an effort that's been underway since 2023, so quite a long length of deliberation upon that. And then we approved the plans, and then in order to actually enact the plans after we approved what they were, the TRPA requires that localities go through environmental analysis of those plans, and that the TRPA then reviews that environmental analysis that the localities do in order to do that area plan change. Is all of what I've said broadly accurate?
Not exactly. So
Okay.
the council didn't approve the area plan yet. The council heard a presentation on the contents of the plan and gave staff direction to finalize it. So this environmental
Okay.
review is required under California state law and TRPA
we
before
directed-
we approve the plan.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, back in September, we directed staff to move forward with that plan as presented to do the environmental impact. And so now, before that plan can be enacted and actually the area plan amended and changed so that developers or property owners can use the new rules, we have to do this, we are required to do this secret review. And I have absolutely no love lost for the TRPA. I find them suffocating and frustrating. But some of the commenters I want to address some of the comments that were made earlier. There are a number of environmental rollbacks, or rollbacks is one way to look at it, or exemptions that have been in the news recently. The builder's remedy, SB 9 in the state of California. It's important to understand, however, that under the current legal jurisprudence for our area, agree with it, like it or not, and I'm in the not category, but under the current jurisprudence in the area, none of those apply in the Lake Tahoe Basin because the TRPA is a federal agency with federal supremacy over the states as a bi-state compact organization. So the fact that the state rolls back some environmental law or passes a development exemption applies everywhere in California except here because of the TRPA. I don't like that.
I think there's probably room to argue that and have that revisited, but all I'm saying is that is the current status of interpretation and understanding and process in which we are currently operating. Whether, and I think I see you nodding, like, I would like to see that altered in the future, but that's the realities we're operating under now. And the TRPA requires this environmental review if we're to have these changes. So this is the contract award to do that environmental review, and because we don't have in-house technical capacity to do environmental reviews on our own, we contract that out. Because I don't think we do them often enough that it's worth insourcing. Is that a fair assessment on staff's part?
I would say yes.
Okay. So is my summary of the issue broadly, and thank you, Madam Attorney, for the clarification, is that broadly a correct summary of the situation?
Yes, it is.
All right, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jenkins.
In this instance, I just want to be certain that the Midtown Area Plan concept goes through the full environmental review on all aspects of development so that the city council and TRPA is informed of what might be impacts, and if there are impacts that are negative, how they are mitigated, if they can be mitigated, so that before final decisions are made by policymakers, that we understand whether we're really dealing with drainage issues or not this baloney of French drains that we have right now, and that a plan that the plan seriously addresses the issue of evacuation in the event of catastrophic fire, because there's a lot. I have full faith in our personnel, but there's a lot of concern about evacuation fire, and I've been assured that this will address that. And I don't want any shortcuts. I don't want to see a shortcut, whether it's by the state or TRPA. I want full analysis so that informed decisions, appropriate decisions, that we're comfortable with, and with our public, that they know what those impacts are. And I've been assured that will occur. Therefore, I am supportive with this. Because it's still not clear to me that who rules when. And I don't want the state where if they're giving away things to development, they're given free packages of you don't have to do this, you don't have to do that. I don't want that to occur here unless it's in our interest and it's a community's interest. So in this case, if TRPA doesn't do that, then that's a good thing, because it all has to be evaluated in a package, not just in these little pieces. California doesn't completely know what they're doing, but that's just they don't really know what they're doing in a lot of areas, but that's just one of them. So based on my understanding, we're going to get the full story. If it's residential development, we're going to do the full environmental review, traffic circulation, the whole thing. We're going to evaluate it. And with that assurance, I'm happy because we're doing more than what the state of California requires.
That's correct.
If I may, I believe this is similar to what we reviewed previously, where these are just starting points. You know, all these things are great points that you're bringing forward. There's opportunities. I think there's still public engagement coming forward, and so it's great that you're bringing all these forward, but I think there's still further down in the process, that this is just some of the starting points.
And this item here is an environmental review for the Midtown Area Plan. It's a locality-specific issue, whereas catastrophic fire evacuation, Caldor 2.0 kind of situation, is citywide. I think it might, procedure-wise and process-wise, rather than trying to tack that onto this, I think we should talk about having an agenda, a meeting item later on this winter, before the next fire season, to review current evacuation policies and invite other allied agencies and governments, the Sheriff's Department and whatnot, to talk about that. It's been several years since Caldor. We obviously had lessons learned. I know we've had a few meetings post-Caldor about this already, and I think it's been a few years since we've had that as a community engagement item to talk about fire evacuation. I don't think we had one in the last year, and it's always on everyone's mind. It's an obvious top concern, so I think that might be something worth doing, you know, sometime, say around the spring, to have another round of discussions and community engagement on this topic. In fairness, I don't think that topic's ever going to go away here. So this is not like we'll have that meeting and then never have it again. Like, this is going to be a regular thing just based on where we live.
Ms. Horgan, did you want to comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say with wildfire evacuation, as with any emergency, it's going to be specific to the emergency, and it's going to require a different plan for every type of disaster and every type of emergency. You can't have just one incident action plan for wildland fire. It's going to be specific to the approach of the fire, the conditions of the environment, et cetera. I understand wanting to have conversations about plans in general, but I also want to say that I have tremendous respect for our first responders that have a background of, I don't know, many years with all of their years of service in knowing how to respond and how to direct the community in disaster. So I just want to nod to you that this is definitely on everybody's mind, and I don't know if it fits necessarily in environmental analysis, but it would be specific to that fire.
If I may try to add some clarity, I think it's been a really good conversation. In April, we had the fire forum, and Chief Drennan meets regularly with all of our agency partners and fire chiefs to talk about emergency evacuation planning efforts. And they talk about scenarios and where a fire may be coming from and what that evacuation planning effort would look like. So that's happening. That's their bread and butter, and they work on that, and they coordinate with our law enforcement agencies as well. Regarding this study, Zach, can you add a little clarity to specifically where we're at? Because my understanding was in September, policy direction was given, and now we're doing environmental analysis on that.
So this is the next step. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. The council in September heard a presentation on the draft document, basically, and provided direction to staff to proceed with the analysis of that. And let me walk through kind of some of the next steps. What we're going to do is the city's going to take the lead. The city's the lead agency under CEQA, California environmental law, in doing the environmental review. So the city's in charge. City's driving that ship, if you will. The city's going to conduct the environmental review. What this is before you is just an agreement that a pass-through grant, a state grant that TRPA received, is just simply passing through and helping pay for that. That's the purpose of that grant. That's their role in it, basically. The environmental review will include not just conducting it, but will include a public review period, public comment period, where members of the public can provide comments. Those will be subsequently addressed. Now, after all of that, it will be up to the city council to have a chance to review the environmental review, choose to adopt it, and adopt the plan. If there's any deficiencies discovered during that process, that's the chance to do that. We can go back and look to see that, hey, we need to focus more on this area or that area. That's why this process is kind of developed in that way. And it's only after all that will this go to the TRPA for their kind of final approval process. This is similar to the process that we followed for the Tahoe Valley Area Plan, the Tourist Core Area Plans that we did last year. So, like I said, this is a little bit different, and this is a brand new area plan for this area of town. But in terms of the chances that the city council will have to review this, there's still plenty of that and public review process associated with that. And again, the city is functioning as the lead agency in this environmental review and not TRPA.
Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Thomas. Mr. Jenkins?
Yeah, I'm sorry to belabor this, but what we do is we have a present condition. We have a present land use condition. The condition is based on certain assumptions. All I want to be certain is that in looking at changing land use, that the environmental impacts of that change are clearly identified, including the concerns that people have with all of the other major development along Highway 50 just across the border, proposed hospital, the East Shore Alliance issues that they've raised about evacuations, and about evacuations from our own town. So what CEQA does is looks at how what is proposed affects what is, and I just want to be sure that that's considered. We have a plan, a response plan that the police fire agencies have put together. So how does this proposal impact that? And as long as it addresses that, then we're doing our job. If we don't address how it addresses it, then we're not doing our job. And we're slipping and sliding, and that is not the intention of anybody to do that. But we need that independent analysis that I think I'm being reassured that that's going to be done. So therefore, I'm comfortable with it as based on this fine discussion that Mr. Thomas and
Do we have a motion on this?
Did you say comfortable or uncomfortable? I didn't hear.
Comfortable.
Okay, very good.
Do you have a motion?
I can make it, but I'll second yours.
Can I just make a recommendation when you do pass this motion, if you could appoint somebody to sign the documents, because currently it says the mayor, but the mayor has been recused. So it could be
Thank you.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Roberts.
Yes,
That would
thank
be
you.
fine. Thank you.
So what is the motion now? Okay, let's go back to the item. Item 13, I make a motion that we approve a three-party professional services contract with the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency and Ascent Environmental Incorporated for environmental analysis of the Midtown Area Plan
With Councilmember Roberts as signatory.
with Councilmember, thank you, with Councilmember Roberts as a signator for the city.
Do we have a second? Okay, great.
All right.
We can vote?
Ms. Horgan?
Aye.
Mr. Roberts?
Aye.
Mr. Robbins?
Aye.
Mr. Jenkins?
Aye.
That motion carries.
That was easy.
All right, we have one more consent item, I think, right?
But we can get the mayor
When
back.
you get Mayor back, here he comes, yeah.
Moving right along, we are going to go to our second consent agenda of the night. This is for the South Tahoe Redevelopment Successor Agency. This will be item 16. We just have one item on consent. Any questions from council or wanting to pull the item? All right, with that, we'll go ahead and open up public comment for anybody in the room that would like to give public comment. Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No members on Zoom, Mayor.
Great, bringing it back.
I make a motion that we approve consent item 16, recognized obligation payment, ROPS, fiscal year 2026, 2027.
I second.
All right, we got a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Okay, Ms. Horgan?
Aye.
Mr. Roberts?
Aye.
Mr. Robbins?
Aye.
Mr. Jenkins?
Yes, aye.
Mayor Bass?
Aye.
That motion unanimously carries.
Great. All right. With that, we're going to go ahead and open up our public hearing. This is going to be item number 17. The South Tahoe refused 2026 interim year and Senate Bill 1383 rate increase. This will be Ms. Sarah Letton.
Good evening, Mayor Bass and council members. For the record, my name is Sarah Letton, Sustainability Coordinator for the city. The item before you tonight is a public hearing of a proposed rate increase for South Tahoe Refuse. The city maintains a solid waste franchise agreement with STR for solid waste collection and disposal. The City Council authorized the current franchise agreement with STR on August 22nd, 2023 in a 20-year term. The procedure for changing rates is described in the rate-setting manual authorized in 2012, I think I have a typo in front of me, and is utilized by the 3 jurisdictional partners in the South Lake Tahoe Basin Waste Management Authority, we call it the JPA. The partner agencies include the City of South Lake Tahoe, El Dorado County, and Douglas County. Mayor Bass serves on the board and Councilmember Roberts as an alternate. On October 3rd, 2025, the JPA considered the proposed rate increase and recommended approval to the partner agencies. Clean Tahoe is now a contractor of STR, and since they used to be a contractor of the city and therefore used to post their budget and annual report, we've got that on the
agenda item. Prop 218 mandates that the city provides a 45-day notice prior to voting to increase these fees. That requirement was satisfied, and the city received in the high 30s of protests as of this evening. I can confirm that.
39.
39. That is not enough to prevent the proposed action.
What is the number that would have been required to prove?
Around 4,200.
Okay.
Rates are reviewed every 3 years, including a baseline year and 2 interim years. Today's proposal is for an interim year increase. This is normally based on the Consumer Price Index. This year, and it includes a landfill disposal fee. This year includes a second and final of 2 SB 1383 rate increases. Crow LLP performed an in-depth analysis and recommended the following rate increases for city customers. 5.10% for the interim year and 5.08% for Senate Bill 1383 program implementation. In effect, this is an increase from $44.72 to $49.10 for residential customers for unlimited service. It is an increase from $51.16 a month to $51.16 to $56.17 for commercial customers. And so that SB 1383 program implementation, this is the second of 2 rate increases. So last year there's one, this year there's one, next year there will not be one, just to clarify. After 1 year of data gathering, the transition to the 3-cart system has shown success. Just noting that STR's recycling rate is up 34% and green waste capture, according to the press release I read, 481% increase in green waste capture. STR is also in attendance tonight and can speak to the operational rollout and any additional successes. And at this time, I'd like to take questions.
Great. Yeah, Mr. Jenkins.
As I understand what you said and what's in the report, that the bulk of the rate increase has to do, A, with cost of living or cost of living issues, the dump, or 2, the state of California's mandates for recycling and types of containers that we should have all over the state. Is that a fair statement? The bulk of the increase?
Yes. So you've got CPI in this report was 4.44% and less than 1% due to the increase in landfill disposal fees. And then you have the 5.08 for Senate Bill 1383 program implementation. That was the state's short-lived Climate Pollutions Reduction Act that has to do with keeping organics out of landfills.
Just one other question, Mr. Mayor, if I may. The people in our community do a good job, our commercial or residential, I think SDR does a good job, and we dispose of the recycled products into Nevada. Are the products that this isn't really about STR, but are the products that are disposed of in Nevada recycled?
Well, I'm sure STR could speak to this more closely, but they find different markets for different types of recyclables. Can I confirm that?
In the discussion, yeah.
So
I'm just curious.
Are you curious about the recycling industry kind of writ large?
I'm more curious what happens in Nevada after we do our part and segregate, and what they do with our segregated waste, if it's combined back again, or if it's because years ago I had some people were, I'm not saying STR, but other people they weren't so certain about what happens after they dispose. Is it recycled or not recycled?
Well, I can just say that I do happen to know that different types of plastic and then you've got glass, you've got paperboard and things like that. Those are different streams that go to different buyers. So it's totally different from one stream to another.
So things are being diverted to appropriate buyers, is what you're saying?
I think they try their best to get money for our recyclables, and everyone's doing their best with the recycling. However, I mean, let's all be honest, reducing the amount that we're putting into a recycling bin is the very best thing we can do. The recycling industry in general is imperfect, less than satisfactory for anyone who really hopes that all these
I
things
understand,
get
and thank you.
recycled.
You've actually given a good explanation. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, and reusing, right? Reusing is the key these days.
Reuse, recycle, it's
That's right.
in that
Mr.
order of
Robbins?
priority, right?
I just want to clarify something based on one of the public comments earlier during, I guess, the bear item. Like, we don't have a dump here in town. We have a waste transfer station, and I just want to clarify that for the public record. Is that accurate?
That's fair enough, yeah. All that material's cleared out from STR's site regularly. It is a transfer station and not a dump.
Yeah, and I do agree, it's stinky, but it has to go somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure where, but it's not a dump, and it has to go somewhere in the basin, this side of the basin, because otherwise we'd be talking about driving trash up and over, and that would be pretty inefficient.
Exactly. It
So-
has to be kind of go to that central location first before it can be transferred out of our town.
All right, thank you.
All right. Ms. Hagelin, questions? No? Great. Mr. Roberts? All right. For now, we're good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Ms. Lutton. All right, so, with that, we will go ahead and open this item to public comment. This is item 17, so for anybody in the room, Mr. Pedigo.
Good evening again. Yeah, Larry Pedigo here, South Lake Tahoe. It's 5.10% increase. I'm pretty sure my wife called in to voice her opposition to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm retired now from accounting and computer science and that kind of stuff. But the COLA is only 2.8% for Social Security, so 5.1%. I mean, you know, there's a spread there, and I know that the dollar amount's very small, and I appreciate what they're doing. I mean, I like the separation of this stuff, but the main problem that always comes up whenever we see some of this stuff is that my wife for a while lived up in Idaho years ago, and they had to separate their trash, and and somehow or another they weighed it, and so it was basically disposing by weight, and that may not be possible here, but I'm just going to throw it out there. We do the same thing that Cody mentioned. We separate our trash, we wash it out, we put it in the recycle bins, we do our green waste, we do our due diligence because, you know, bears, et cetera, that was brought up before. But the one thing is that we're paying this flat rate. When we see people that, again, are coming in from out of town and they bring all this stuff with them and then they leave all this trash with them, and by weight and by volume, they've got us beat by maybe 300 or 400%. And so to me, it seems like some kind of a weight structure for people that are really, you know, able to get their waste down to, you know, low as they can, and the weight down would be some kind of an alternative. But that's just my 2 cents on this. You know, again, yeah. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pedigo. Ms. Soderson?
Melissa Soderson, South Lake Tahoe. This is the same thing that we went through last year. Like, I understand the rules that 50% of the ratepayers have to call in and oppose it, but as you guys know, like, we don't get noticed well enough to ever even see these things. Like, our renters are not getting noticed. People that live in our mobile home villages are not getting noticed because that goes through the park. It's not, people don't have an opportunity to oppose these things, but we're paying for it still. And like Mr. Pedigo said, I have never filled up my trash can even a quarter of the way, and I have 3 children, and my neighbor is consistently overflowing. So, you know, we have a cost of living crisis, and every one of these rate increases hurts people every single time. So, yeah, I mean, I agree that the weighted rates would be much better for those of us that are not wasteful people. But yeah, just, we need better noticing at the very least, like, often.
Thank you, Ms. Soderson. Who else would like to give public comment? Mr. Messina?
I wasn't going to speak on this, but Ms. Soderson brought up an issue about the price and the size of the carts. And my understanding is that you can get a smaller cart for less money. I was hoping maybe they could clarify that for sure for me. I I've been telling the seniors they can get a smaller cart and save money, and so I hope I'm telling them the right thing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. We'll make sure to clarify that for you. Anybody else in the room that would like to give public comment on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
There's no additional public comment, Mayor.
Great. We'll go ahead and bring that back. If somebody from South Tahoe refused it, could possibly answer the question around if there is a smaller cart size that allows for a smaller rate, because I do not know that offhand.
Tell them with South Tahoe Refuse, we do offer smaller carts, but it's the same rate.
Same rate. Okay.
Same rate.
Okay. And has it been looked into if there could be a chance to offer it for a discounted rate for somebody that uses much less garbage? Just thinking about, has it been analyzed maybe what it would set off you guys if we were to able to offer a cart, if it's a half the size, it's obviously a smaller rate. I'm just wondering, have we ever really looked at that? I don't remember it being on the JPA, but.
Well, the way it's set up right now, it's mandatory service, it's unlimited service, so we just, it's set on one rate.
Yeah.
What does unlimited service mean in this context? I get trash pickup once a week, whether I have more or less trash, so what's unlimited? What's the unlimited part?
With the unlimited, if you have extra, waste during the holidays and stuff, you put it, anything else out, next to your cart in a 32-gallon can, additional green waste beyond what we just offer with the cart. It's been unlimited up here since the 1970s, and that's, and it's still that way today. We take everything that's out there.
And I will say, it was so important to getting Tahoe cleaned up, right? You can speak to before the 70s when that didn't exist, and there was a lot of trash left all over the place, and it was critical to have this unlimited service to make sure that people were not afraid to leave, and they had trash being picked up, so they weren't putting it out in the woods. And we're obviously in a different day now. We're the 3-cart system, but there was a real purpose, and it did serve a good purpose. Mr. Jenkins.
I understand as well that because of our weather conditions, that STR is for yard waste, that you're going through December, collecting the green containers in whatever volume we bring out.
Yeah, because there's no snow, we still got green waste, still got people cleaning up their yards, we're still gonna collect that green waste.
Mr. Roberts, anything? Ms. Hadley?
Just one question, because it was mentioned by a couple that the rate increase would create a financial hardship. Are there any reductions for people who apply for a financial hardship?
Yeah, they can go through the CARE program like they do with the other utilities in town. We offer the same thing, and they can get a reduced rate at that time. And there is a senior rate already in place.
What are the reduced rates?
What was that?
What are the reduced rates? It's 44 something now.
I don't have it.
What are the, it's 40, just shy of $45 a month now, as I recall.
Yeah, there we go. Sarah's got it. You can read it. I don't have my glasses.
But just to say that does validate Mr. Messina's comment that seniors can qualify for that. I appreciate that.
Did you have those numbers?
I do. The qualified low-income senior rate is based on Liberty Utilities Care Program, age 65 or older, and a full-time resident. And it is, I've got my glasses. It is $30.26 a month. $30.26 as opposed at the 2026 proposed rate. So $49.10 would be the unlimited residential regular rate. $30.26 would be the qualified low-income senior rate.
And is that the only, is it low income, is there a low income people in general, or is that just low income seniors and that's the only discount? I just want to, it's low income seniors, not low income and seniors.
Correct, it's low income seniors.
So there's no low income program and there's no all seniors program. It's just low income seniors, the intersection. Is that correct?
According to the table we presented to the community, yes.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other questions of Mr. Tillman? Okay, all right.
Can I just
yes,
add one
absolutely.
comment? This is piggybacking on our conversation earlier about bears and enforcement. When someone does get notification of trash being a problem, that they haven't secured it. I'm just putting this out there for consideration in the future. If people who are bad actors or have several instances of not following our trash guidelines, cleaning correctly, if there could be some sort of assessment on their fees, like you pay a higher rate because you're not following the rules.
Out of my hands. That's yours.
They are referred to code enforcement for citation.
But I'll revisit that topic because we touched on that in the bear item as well, since we're talking about this as well here. It would be good for the city to get data on the number of identified trash incidents, as it were, and then that can be reported, because we're not seeing what you guys see on the literal front lines of collection. You know, we only see it when it's been reported enough and that hasn't shown up, or when it gets reported to CSOs. You guys see it every week when you come by, you know, my street and everyone else's street. And so I think getting that data and having that in time for the next time the bear stuff shows up, and having that data by then would be very good. So I just want to clarify that you're on board with providing that information to the city.
I would add as well that it is in the Clean Tahoe report that's attached on the item today.
Yeah, there is a list of the number of incidences, and that it's very low that somebody has 3 instances. I just wondered about the money that is generated from those citations. That was.
All right. Well, with that, we are basically looking for a motion. I mean, I will say, you know, rate increases are not fun for any of us. We all pay them equally, but, you know, with us complying with state law, which, by the way, for the public's efficacy, we were able to extend this, I believe, by about 7 years, because we're at a high altitude where the rest of the state had to comply with this 7 years ago. And Mammoth, as well as Truckee, complied, and that really put us into a place to have to comply. But it's showing great results, and as much as, again, none of us like to pay higher rates, it is getting us in line with state law. It's showing great results and the ability to recycle more. So, as much as I don't like it, looking for a motion to approve it.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor and Council, like to make a motion that we approve the South Tahoe refuse interim year rate increase 5.10% and Senate Bill 1383 increase of 5.08%, totaling commercial customers effective January 1st, 2026.
I'll second.
Right, great. We have a motion and a second, and we can vote.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
Councilmember Robbins?
Yes.
Councilmember Jenkins?
Yes.
Councilmember Horgan?
Yes.
Mayor Bass?
Yes.
That motion unanimously carries.
All right, so that will move us into regular unfinished business. This is item 18, an agreement with Heavenly Valley Limited Partnership for on-street parking and amendments to parking restrictions in the Heavenly Valley neighborhood. And this will be Ms. Roberud.
Mayor, I'll be leaving due to a conflict due to my housing location.
Thank you, Mr. Irvin.
Thank you, Mayor Bass, members of the council. I'm Hillary Roberud. I'm the Assistant City Manager. This item is before you after your November 4th direction with a 3-to-1 vote for staff to continue to negotiate an agreement to allow use of on-street parking for employees and guests of Heavenly Resort with safety as the priority. I wanted to note that any addition of on-street parking where you have additional vehicle maneuvering and pedestrians in the roadways during winter conditions does pose a safety concern. With that being said, city staff, including the police, representative of the police department and snow removal division, met with Heavenly representatives to go over the proposed on-street parking that they had presented, to look for ways to lessen that concern as much as possible. In your packet, you have there is included a draft agreement that would allow for on-street parking use by Heavenly guests and employees. That is designated as non-exclusive use, so it could be used by any member of the public. These areas include portions of Ski Run Boulevard, Keller Avenue, Keller Road, and Saddle Road. Heavenly is proposing to provide an annual payment to the city of $45,000 with a 4% increase each year to provide compensation for the use of those parking spaces. It's estimated that there are 175 parking spaces included in this agreement. This is less than what have been included in previous agreements that the city had with Heavenly. If this is approved by the city council, amendments to the resolution establishing seasonal and permanent no parking restrictions on some streets in the Heavenly Valley neighborhood would also need to be amended. That resolution, which includes those amendments, is included as attachment 3 in the staff report. If passed, it would remove the no parking and resident permit parking zones on Ski Run Boulevard, Saddle Road, and Keller Road to accommodate the new public parking areas. If you have any questions, I am available, and I do believe Mr. Edelman and perhaps Mr. Bigley, yep, there he is, are also here to represent Heavenly.
All right, great. Well, thank you. I think it was Mr. Jenkins first.
Mr. Overwood, thank you for your report, and thanks to staff for working with Heavenly to come up with this plan. And is it staff's recommendation that to approve this agreement as presented?
This agreement was put together at the direction of City Council with safety as the highest priority. And as I mentioned, any additional parking, maneuvering, pedestrians on the roads in this neighborhood creates additional safety concerns, as it would with winter conditions, ice, snow, those kinds of things. So if the council's priority is to remove any safety concerns, then maintaining the current parking restrictions is what would be recommended.
My question is, based on your conversation, is it your recommendation as staff and the city manager to approve this agreement? And I want your professional judgment, not our political concerns.
I don't think I can provide that to you at this time. Again, this is being brought back at council direction. This is not something that the staff initiated to bring forward to the city council. If the council would like to provide specific criteria that you would like us to evaluate this proposal on, if it's an economic criteria, the only criteria we were given was safety. And I believe that what is proposed lessens the safety concerns. It doesn't eliminate them entirely.
Sorry, lessens them relative to the existing no parking, or lessens them relative to the previous parking agreement, which we do not currently, which we are not currently under. I just want to clarify, because you said lessens. Lessens relative to what?
Relative to what Heavenly had proposed to the city for this agreement.
Yeah, so I think actually, Mayor, you answered my question. You said based on the direction, that this is the safest plan based on the direction that you could recommend based on your conversations with the Heavenly. That's what I think I hear you saying.
A plan that does include
Yes.
additional parking
Yes.
for Heavenly guests and employees, as well as the general public in this neighborhood.
Sure, Mr. Robbins.
The current agreement proposes that Heavenly makes an annual payment of $45,000 per year. What was the preceding agreement that we had with Heavenly that I believe expired about a year and change ago? What was the dollar amount in the preceding agreement?
That agreement that was approved in 2023, but then terminated in 2024, that amount was $54,320. The estimated number of parking spaces in that agreement was 388.
So we've reduced the amount that's being built, the amount for this parking in agreement in total by just shy of $10,000.
Yes, and there's
I
also
understand.
a reduced
What-
amount of space. for
What is the
parking.
cost to the city? And I asked for this ahead of time.
Yeah.
What is the internal actual cost to the city for a CSO officer per year?
Mr. Roberson?
So when you take into account salary, it's about 125,000. There's some roll-ups that include it, take it up to 131,000. When you include uniforms, equipment, there's assigned cell phone, training, and half of a vehicle, that increases it by about another 45,000. So somewhere about $160,000, $170,000.
So the internal cost, not the salary that they receive, but the cost to the taxpayers of bringing on a CSO is about $170,000.
In that ballpark.
Okay. So my concern here is that if we talk about enforcement is key, the revenue that this brings in will not fund a CSO to do the enforcement. Is that even for half a year? Is that then accurate at $45,000 a year is less than half of the cost for a CSO?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Remember, we're on questions.
I
Just-
asked a
all right.
question,
I know,
Cody.
I'm just making sure.
The question was, how much does a CSO cost? And then,
Well, it was
does
a
this
long
agreement
question to
cover?
get to that simple question, but
Does
either
this
which way,
agreement,
if
what
we
is
could
the
just
cost
make
of a?
sure we continue on.
What is the cost of a CSO, and would this contract cover the cost of the CSO for the duration
So
of
good.
parking enforcement?
I'm just
And the
making
answer
sure.
is no.
Just reminding you.
Okay.
Can
Thank
I just ask about the $45,000, who proposed that, or was it a negotiated fee?
That was proposed by Heavenly. We did take a look at it, went through in the staff report. There's been a history of negotiation with Heavenly with that 2023 agreement, where there was a formula that was put together to establish what would be an appropriate amount for compensation for on-street parking spaces. So the formula includes the number of parking spaces times 40 days a year estimated to be used at, the city had proposed 80% occupancy at $10 per space. When that 2023 agreement was negotiated, Heavenly disagreed with the 80% occupancy and proposed a 45% instead. So if you ran that formula both ways with the 80% and the 45%, based on this 175 parking spaces, the $45,000 comes out to a little bit above splitting the difference.
So we use the same formula as 2023 without any adjustments for the change in the cost of living?
No, cost of living was not included in the formula to begin with. It was based on a $10 per parking space.
Great. Yes, Mr. Jenkins.
I understand the financer, the chief of police, mentioned about what the cost of a full-time CSO year-round with uniforms, retirement, salaries, and so on. How much time how much time in a year is expected that a CSO would? Is this a full-time task year-round that would consume all their time, or would a CSO have time? This is probably more to the chief. Would a CSO have time to do other things, and if so, what percent? I'm trying to look at what is a percentage of times allocated to enforcement, because if they're full-time, then I understand the point. If it's half-time, it's different. If it's less than half-time, then it's different again.
So the parking restrictions that currently exist in the Heavenly neighborhood are in place from November 1st to May 1st throughout the year. So that would be the time when enforcement might be needed. However, times when these particular parking spaces would be heavily used would be during the peak ski days throughout the year. And Mr. Roberson, if you have anything you want to add in terms of what you might expect with respect to the need for additional enforcement if this agreement was approved?
I think we need to discuss this. You're siloing the single CSO. No single CSO is going to be up there doing enforcement by themselves. I think that what you have to look at, especially on the heavy ski days, is that they need quite a bit of support up there. So it may be 2, 3. I know that during the last couple seasons, we had to dedicate quite a few officers and CSOs to taking care of Ski Run and Pioneer. So it's circumstance dependent and weather dependent.
Follow-up question on that. How many CSOs do we currently have on the roster?
We have 8 CSOs and 2 CSO supervisors.
I'm sorry, 8 was the number?
8 CSOs.
And 2
4 of those were hired specifically for VHR enforcement.
So that leaves 4 non-VHR dedicated CSOs, is that, plus the 2 supervisors?
Spread throughout the week, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Jenkins, were you on, or did you have other?
Well, yeah, since we've limited the number of VHRs based on the 150-foot, we're not, I assume that when we staffed up, that it was based on a larger VHR. I guess what I'm trying to say is that when you say exclusively VHRs, if something came up, you could direct them to do something else because you're the chief, and they do what you tell them. Is that correct?
That's one of the reasons that they're CSOs. They have a little bit of latitude, but yeah, they were specifically hired for the
Yes,
VHR
sir.
program.
Thank you, Chief.
Mr. Roberts, any questions? Okay. I guess my only question really, and this may be also for the chief, so when we have absolutely no parking in the area, which is where we were last year, we still need CSOs up there to enforce that, right? I mean, that we're probably not using any more CSOs, whether we have no parking or parking, because we have a big enforcement issue with neighbors that are saying people are parking in front of my place when they're not supposed to be. So we're sending CSOs up there in either scenario. Is that not somewhat accurate?
Yeah, we pulled data from before the Heavenly residential parking program. We had about 175 calls that we responded to up there, and last year with the Heavenly residential parking plan and program in place, had about 150. So you're right. People are calling to complain about people that have parked in their space. So we're going up there nevertheless.
Okay, thank you. I think unless there's other questions from anybody, we will go ahead and open this item for public comment. Thank you, Mr. Overwood. All right, so this is going to be for item number 18, and we'll go ahead and, all right, Mr. Pedigo, he got to you. All right.
Yeah, good old Heavenly, always on your mind, right? Yeah, Larry Pedigo here. I just did a quick, just an FYI, I did a quick calculation. I think when I moved to town in '75, my first winter, I think it was $10 a ticket. And my inflation calculator says in 1975, $10 is now worth $60. It's 503%. Dead reckoning, though, of what they're charging up there, $10 has become $200. So I'm going to guess that that's about 2,000%. So there seems to be about a 1,500% increase. Yet they're still belly aching about $4,500 or, I mean, we're trying to negotiate $4,500. Why don't we just put a booth up, Ski Run and Keller, and just charge $5 a car? I mean, and it says, okay, this is a fee to get to Heavenly. I mean, it just bugs you because, you know, as Councilman Roberts pointed out, I mean, with their market cap and how much they're paying their people, I don't know what they're paying the frontline people, probably minimum wage or thereabouts, but it just boggles the mind that, you know, that they can charge that much for a ticket, ask for us to flip the bill for any kind of a catastrophe up there in their parking lot or their kitchens and stuff, and then can't we just hand them a bill or something? I just don't know. It seems crazy, but that's just, again, me.
Thank you, Mr. Pedigo. Mr. Edelman, yes, the other side, maybe a little clear. Sorry about that.
Good evening, Mayor Bass, council members, welcome, and staff. I'm Shadar Edelman, Vice President, General Manager at Heavenly Mountain. We appreciate today's update and suggested motion to approve a parking agreement between the city and Heavenly. We ask for approval of this mutually beneficial parking agreement that will provide funding for the city, convenient parking for local guests, maintaining a clean and smooth arrival experience, and prioritizing safety in the neighborhood surrounding our shared destination. We hope this will build on our snow removal and road maintenance agreement, which provides a sizable financial contribution to the city. Thank you to the dozens of people who have provided written support of this parking agreement. Thank you to those who attended our open house last month to learn more about this topic, as well as our 70th anniversary season. To celebrate our 70th anniversary season, we're pleased with the collaborative work between the resort, community, and city, including with the Arts Council to exhibit 70 years of history at City Hall here that will be installed next week. in addition to events on mountain to celebrate this milestone all season. We are proud to be open for the 70th anniversary season. We're proud of our team that has worked so hard in this relatively warm and mild start to the season to be able to provide skiing and riding, to provide employment, and to provide business in our community. In addition to sightseeing out of the Heavenly Village in the city, we're now open out of Cal Base up to Canyon Chair and are working to expand and connect across the resort as much as possible. Since you last gave direction to negotiate an agreement, we have collaborated with city staff, including the public safety team. These productive discussions have resulted in the agreement in front of you, which prioritizes safety, provides free and convenient parking for guests, including many residents, maintains the clean arrival experiences, and provides funding to the city. This approach allows for approximately half of the parking spaces that were historically part of our agreement over the past 30 years. When considered with our snow removal and road maintenance agreement, the result is nearly $100,000 in annual revenue to the city through our partnerships. This agreement is in addition to other successful investments and initiatives we have implemented in this area to improve safety and arrival experience. These include parking reservations and carpool incentives that decrease single occupancy vehicles and spread peak arrival times, a paid-by-us supplemental snow removal agreement to enhance safety and driving conditions, our own transit operations that we have expanded over the past 2 seasons, and support for Lake Link, the Emerald Bay Shuttle, and board representation on the Tahoe Transportation District. As a package, we are confident in the enhanced service and experience levels we can provide for our residents and guests. We look forward to our continued partnership. We thank members of City Council who have taken the time to speak with us and for the time and efforts of city staff. Our leadership team is committed to work with you to achieve the shared interests and priorities laid out by Council. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Edelman.
I have questions for
So,
Mr. Edelman. for
we'll
when
do
you're
that in
back.
discussion. We're in public comment.
Mayor Bass, can we
Yes.
please have a motion to go past 10 o'clock?
Sure, that is actually, thank you. We need a motion to go past 10 o'clock. This,
Go past 10 o'clock.
all right,
I'll second it.
all right, we have a motion and a second. Can we vote?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we can go past 10.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
there's one other issue that just came to my attention. Our new councilmember, Horgan, her son works for Heavenly, so she is going to recuse herself
Oh,
and leave
okay,
the room
that's,
for the
no
discussion.
worries. Yes. Hey,
realized when the gentleman from Heavenly stood up.
honest mistakes happen. It wasn't your mistake. Yes. All right, Ms. Soderstrom.
In South Lake Tahoe. I think it's important when we discuss this issue that we separate Heavenly from Vail Corporation, because I love Heavenly Mountain and I love the employees that work there. My kids have benefited from the SOS program. They do a lot of great things. But when they sold Heavenly to Vail Corporation, you know as well as I do that the family's intention was that Vail Corporation was going to invest in the mountain to improve the experience for our community. And that never happened. We do not have California Lodge, has never been updated. A parking garage has never even been seriously considered. And I get that the parking is an issue, but where it becomes an issue is mainly for those of us that live here. So we don't have anywhere to park. We're being stuck to these parking reservations and stuff. So maybe let people that live here park on the streets that we pay for. But there's another issue, is that when these parking agreements were originally agreed to, our roads were in much better condition and cars were much smaller. We didn't have big SUVs parking on tiny little side roads. It is a huge issue, and I feel incredibly awful for the employees at Heavenly that have had to deal with the pain that this has caused our community. But it is Vail Corporation, and we have to remember that they are a multi-billion-dollar corporation that makes record profits every single year while continuously litigating against their own employees for trying to get a living wage. And they don't even pay for water for their snowmaking here. So they are draining our aquifers and harming our community in a plethora of ways while refusing to even invest in their own investment. So please take that into consideration, and we don't need them. Climate change is here, and we cannot afford to continue to make snow. We need to diversify our economy and consider that supporting these industries that clearly are not interested in supporting our community is probably not where we want to continue forming our relationships in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Otterston. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Messina.
I can't resist. John Messina speaking for myself. It seems people here forget that Heavenly Resort benefits our entire city by bringing thousands of tourists to our city every year who spend money in our stores, restaurants, and hotels. While I approve and support the idea of allowing them to use Ski Run for parking, I have friends who live up on Bridle, and the parking up there creates very hazardous conditions. You've got people walking down the middle of the street with their ski equipment, kids running around, it's in snow, people don't know how to drive in it. It's an accident waiting to happen. I support everything except they need to maintain the restrictions on parking in the residential areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Messina. Anybody else in the room? All right, seeing none, we'll go to Zoom.
No public commenters on Zoom, Mayor.
All right. Bringing it back to council for discussion or a motion.
I have questions for Mr. Shadar Edelman from Vail, since this is an item directly related to him.
That's fine. Mr. Edelman, we got some questions for you.
Thank you. About 2 years ago, Heavenly started charging for parking. How much revenue has been collected from the California Lodge parking in the last ski season?
I don't have that number off the top of my head, but it is far less than we invest in transportation and servicing the parking.
Okay, so you're not prepared to give that number. So speaking of transportation, Vail Corporation has a voting seat on the Tahoe Transportation District. That it's the only private for-profit corporation to have a voting seat on a government board that I'm aware of in the basin. How much money does Vail Corporation fund the Tahoe Transportation District in exchange for this voting seat, since you mentioned your investments in transportation?
Brian Bigley, our Director of Base Experience, is Vice Chair on the board. That is not a financial relationship.
It's zero. Vail Corporation funds the Tahoe Transportation District $0 per year, yet still has a voting seat on the Tahoe Transportation District Board of Directors. Is that correct?
As the largest private transportation provider in the
But you don't fund,
area.
okay. All right, well, in that case, as the largest private transportation provider in the area, with a vote on the Tahoe Transportation District, are your ridership numbers counted towards the ridership statistics for federal and state transportation funding?
Today they are not. We are working on that.
So you don't count your ridership towards federal funding, you don't fund the TTD, but you do have a voting seat on the Tahoe Transportation District Board. Does that seem equitable to you?
Seems. I don't quite follow the line of questioning there.
So in the last, what is the current, could you tell me something maybe a little easier? What is the current walk-up ticket price for an adult ski ticket at Cal Lodge? Midweek.
Walk-up tickets are a portion of the business. We have a wide range of how our ticketing and passes are presented, and walk-up tickets are a small part of that.
It's over $200, is that correct?
During peak season, yes.
Okay. So the amount of cost that you've agreed to 2 years ago was $54,000, and today you're asking that we provide the parking contract for a net reduction of less than $9,000 on top of that. Will Vail Resort Corporation be providing support to patrol the public streets in the area around, just around and just off of Ski Run Boulevard as the parking overflows from Ski Run Boulevard into residential neighborhoods, or will the city be expected to handle that as part of this agreement?
We heard similar enforcement regardless of whether there's parking agreement or not.
That's not the question I asked. The question I asked, will you be contributing to that?
The change in cost is related to a more than 50% reduction in the amount of parking as well.
Okay. So no, Heavenly will not be providing CSO support or anything of the like for enforcing the parking of your customers that are beyond the parking that's being outlined here into residential neighborhoods, for which we had to institute a residential parking plan. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, Mr. Jenkins.
Mr. Edelman, thank you for being here. I want to go back to a question that I've raised before regarding the economics of what you do. First, is the comment that my understanding is that the plan that's been put together is it's half the amount of parking spaces that you had previously, and B, that, half the spaces. What I still have not, I don't know, and as the city, we do not know, which I don't understand why we do not know, is what is the economics of having your company operate here? What is the economics on the city's, the economy, the businesses? How many employees? You don't have to be the exact number, but the employment in the city. Without that information, it's difficult for some people to understand the benefits. They talk about detriments, which they're entitled to do. But what? I mean, if you weren't here, well, how would it affect business? How would it affect employment? I have 4 or 5 people in my neighborhood who work at your business, and actually they have very nice things to say. I don't know how that happens, but they do. So I think it's important that we don't think of these things in micros. We think of the things in macro. Did I once understand that you're going to be looking at doing some kind of review or economic analysis of what your economic impacts are? I certainly wish we had done, and I wish that had been done 2 to 3 to 5 years ago, so we'd have the information today. You don't make decisions. We shouldn't be making decisions without economic impacts, whether it's land use or agreements. We have to know the economics. And so that's a long statement, but could you talk a little bit about the economics?
Yeah, I think we are a substantial driver of economic activity in our shared destination in the city, in the county, in Nevada and Douglas County. We have peak employment, over 1,000 people during the winter season. As far as economic impact, Ski California has a study from 2020. We're looking, that's going into another cycle here soon, but there is a Ski California impact across, not Heavenly specifically, but the state of California and ski resorts, and yeah, we have a large economic impact, large employment impact, and a lot of the spend is outside of the resorts themselves. It's in the local communities that we operate in.
And if I may, in addition, what I think to Councilmember Robbins' question is, in addition, you're funding transportation services for the last 2 years.
We've expanded in the last 2 years. We've operated for a long time, but we've expanded with additional routes in the west side of town and Kingsbury the last 2 years.
Thank you. Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, Mr. Edelman, thanks for your presentation. I didn't hear you say annexation in there anywhere, but that's a different conversation. It's my understanding that you would be, like our CSOs will be enforcing parking, areas up there, those new parking areas. It was my understanding that you would be managing it, for traffic flows and the same way you do in your parking lots. So, once it's full, there would be some way to restrict people from ending up going up a street they don't want to go up to, and all that kind of stuff. Is that correct?
Yeah, we would be managing. The enforcement is similar regardless of whether there's a parking agreement or not.
Thank you.
All right. Other questions from council? Again, I mean, I will just say for me, I think that this is really, as we've gone into reserve parking, one of the biggest complaints I've heard from people is they don't have a place to park, that are local, that just want to go ride for 2 hours, and it defers them from being able to go to the mountain. I think that's what this parking can open up for people midweek, which is when a lot of locals ride, and I think that that's a service. I started, my first job was at Heavenly 27 years ago, and so I know the impact. It allows for so many people to move into Tahoe, and it's a lot of people's first jobs, and it's also a lot of career jobs. So again, it is a major part of our community, regardless of its full parent ownership. I think one of the biggest things we want to do is continuously improve our community and the work environments in our community. And I think that honestly, Heavenly, from when I worked there in 1997 and 98 to now, it's a big difference from that level of things. So I support doing this. Again, I also believe that the 45,000 that we're going to get, we wouldn't get, but we would still be using our CSOs to make sure nobody's parking there. So now we're using our CSOs, but we have $45,000 to contribute to that. So that's, to me, kind of a no-brainer to open up the parking and allow for locals to have a place to park for free when they want to go ride for 2 hours and take 45K that our CSOs will use to enforce. So, Mr. Robbins.
Yeah, $45,000 from a company with a $5.2 billion market cap. You are out of your minds if you think that's a fair deal. A company that takes in I don't know how many $1 million in paid parking that we are providing them with free municipal street parking on top of that. $45,000 does not cover the cost of a single CSO for the season. For 1/3 of a year is not covered by the cost. And it's a reduction in the amount that we were charging them in the old agreement, which also, by the way, didn't cover the cost of a CSO. So I don't think we should, how many times has this council said, enforcement is the key, enforcement is the key, enforcement is the key? And this proposal does not fund enforcement. We will necessarily have to take enforcement away from other resources, such as Airbnbs, and put them into doing parking management on the streets, because Vail Resorts is not an agency authorized to issue tickets, nor are they interested in doing so to their own customers. So I don't think we should certainly not be approving an agreement that doesn't even fund the cost of a CSO for the ski season, for 4 months, 1/3 of the year, right? Where we are not, it doesn't even cover that cost. It is an absolute outrage that we are considering a measure which asks the taxpayers to cover the costs of enforcement associated with giving Heavenly a free parking deal, when at the same time they don't fund transit in our community through the TTD, yet they have a voting seat on the board of the TTD, having not funded it for years. It is corporate welfare writ local. We are out of our minds to be voting for this.
Okay, so.
This is discussion section, and I'm giving you the discussion, right?
Well,
you can
thank you.
disagree with me all you want. You used to be
I'm just
opposed.
asking if you're.
You used to be opposed to this sort of corporate welfare, and now you're in support of it, and I don't know
Well,
what's
you're making
changed.
a lot of statements that are actually inaccurate. They contribute to transit in over $1 million. I joined the TTD board. Heavenly was there, and they contributed over $1 million onto the TTD budget, pulled the money back because they wanted to operate transit themselves to have control of it. I don't know the total number that they contribute to transit, but it is considerable. The ridership is considerable. They do agree to add that ridership into our federal numbers.
No,
so
they
we can-
don't. I've been on the board meetings where that's been discussed.
And so I'm pretty positive. I
He
mean,
said himself they don't.
Mr. Edelman said right now that they're working at making it happen to make a private provider of transit count into the federal funds. It takes an interlocal governmental agreement, which is being worked on. And I know, so yes, I do know these things. I just like the record to be correct in the public. You're saying things that are fundamentally not
They
true.
don't contribute funding to the TTD, yet they have a vote. Their numbers do not contribute to
operate
federal ridership
transit
numbers,
in-
yet they have a vote.
Okay.
If they want to vote, they should be part of the team.
they-
When they left the funding, they should
I
have
don't
left
want
the
to argue
seat.
with it anymore, man. It's fine. We disagree. Would somebody like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. Pass a motion authorizing and directing the mayor to execute an agreement with Heavenly Valley Limited Partnership for on-street parking, and pass a resolution amending the seasonal parking restrictions on certain streets in the Heavenly Valley neighborhood.
I second with a question. How long is the agreement for?
It's a renewable annual agreement.
Okay. So we will see this.
No, it's automatically renewed unless we request it come back.
But we can see it in a year when we have more data.
What data do you think we're going to have in a year from now?
The point is we can't
Anyway,
bring it
that's
back
the point.
annually. If either party decides to not agree, it doesn't go forward. That's the point. So we have a motion and a second. We can vote. Oh,
I vote no on this act of corporate welfare.
good for you. All right, thank you, Mr.
You
Edelman.
can all vote yes.
And we did. So, all right, with that, well, I'll wait for Ms. Haglund. We have, Ms. Stroud, this next item, is there an absolute necessity that we have to have this tonight, or is that something? I
I
know.
suggest we move up.
So
21,
that,
yeah.
that, there's only one item left, and it's item 21. The other two already have been continued to the next meeting.
Oh, that's right, we did that.
So there is a deadline coming up, I believe it's January 18th, that council needs to do something, either extend the deadline for the developer to close on the property or adopt this agreement, but if it's the council's desire, we could continue it till the next meeting.
To the next meeting. I just feel that there may be some discussion that is wanted on this item, and when we get late at night, sometimes the motivation isn't there to have the full discussion. And so if it's okay, I would ask the council if that's something okay with the rest of council.
I think we should move forward with agenda item 21, given that there is a time sensitivity here.
But we'll have it before the
I
expiration.
understand, but then,
Okay.
then it will be crunch if we
Well,
don't get that done.
We'll
by
have,
then.
we'll have the item in the regular daytime meeting to discuss, but, Ms. Haglund, would your preference be, it'll get moved off to the next meeting, or we take it up now, and, yeah.
Well, do you want to show of hands, or do you want to, or fingers, or thumbs?
I could just go around and ask, either way.
I would just assume give it as a courtesy, and I think most of my questions have been answered, but let's hold it over if we have time, we've done a lot tonight already.
If we,
Mr.
if we
Roberts?
can,
I'm okay to hold.
if we continue
Okay,
this,
so we've
then-
got three of us that are holding it
if
over,
we
so the
continue this-
item is done, we're holding it over.
Thank you. If this is continued, then I'd like to ask if staff can make sure that when this is brought back, this includes a site plan in the materials. I know the contractor had said that they might be able to do that for tonight, but it's not in the materials, as I'm aware.
I emailed
It's been
it to
provided
you
council.
yesterday.
So we'll
I'm sorry,
include
one at
it-
a time, please.
Yeah, it's been provided to council. It's in the blue binder for the public, and we will include it in the materials if it's
Thank you.
continued.
All right, so we'll move on to our agenda planning calendar. This is item number 22. Mr. Urban.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, next meeting, January 13th, and I'll be doing some work to the APC to lighten it up a little bit and carry these three items over.
Great. All right, let's see, on APC, well, we can do it on council member reports and comments. I guess I'll wait for that. I want to add an item to APC, and we'll do it during council member reports. Anybody else with questions on the APC?
I just had a comment, I don't know if this is where to bring it up, but since we move forward the city council assignments, I've had a couple of comments, or twice they've brought it up, the Clean Tahoe program. They feel it's not necessary to have two council persons on there, and they recommend maybe we could get Sarah Letton on there instead as one council person.
Okay.
And Sarah Letton, I don't know where we would make that change.
Depends how much of
Well,
it is a policy role versus a technical role.
But we can
So-
discuss
I guess
that at
that's
the
Exactly.
January
What we'll
13th
do is
meeting,
we'll
right?
discuss that, and
Okay,
now
that's
that
fine.
Sue knows, she'll probably ask for their bylaws and
Can
figure it
we
out.
make sure when that part of it comes back, I'd like to make sure that there is information on how much that role is policy versus staff, and versus technical implementation, because that'll be informative towards that debate.
Well, they felt, just to be clear, they felt Sarah had a lot of expertise in the area.
Yes,
so it would
she
be-
Well, it
absolutely
depends if
does.
it's an expertise, technical analysis role, or if it's a
Well,
policy
I think if
role.
they're
I
asking
can,
for
I
it,
can
they might have
definitely bring
analyzed
back
it.
their
That's what they
bylaws
want.
where they discuss
So,
that.
great. Mr. Jenkins, any questions on the agenda planning calendar?
Is this the time?
We're good, if you want to add something to it, I actually
just-
decided we'll do that in council member reports and comments.
Whenever.
If you
so-
want a second on something, just wait for that.
Okay.
That's how we used to do it. and
Yeah,
I
fine.
don't know. Ms. Everyone, any comments? All right.
Still learning.
Excuse me, I'll get that down. I'm so sorry.
Not Oregon.
Yeah.
Oregon.
Oregon.
Yeah,
Irish, Okay.
it's Oregon.
All right, I will get that down. My
In
apologies.
Oregon, it's Oregon.
Mr. Robbins, is there any thing for APC?
Nothing for APC.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead and move on to updates and announcements. Ms. Stroud.
Not at this time, thank you.
Great. Mrs. Blankenship.
Not at this time, Mayor.
Mr. Urban.
I just want to remind the council that this Friday and Saturday is the 5th Annual Winter Festival of the Lights over there at the Senior Center. The mayor will be welcoming the community on at 4:25 on Friday. And Saturday's the gingerbread making contest. It's a really cool festival that we've been hosting, so.
Such a great event. It really has. This is year number 5, and it's just grown into a really great community event, so hope to see everybody there for sure. Great. With that, we will move on to council member reports and comments. let's see which side. I'll go Mr. Roberts first.
I have no reports.
Mr. Jenkins.
I had an opportunity to attend a fundraiser for the Presbyterian Church the other day. It was well attended at Lake Tahoe Pizza. I understand from the owner that they raised $6,000 for the church, and I know that there's hopes that other businesses might do the same. When it is appropriate, I want to be sure that a few items are not forgotten for future conversation, so whenever that's appropriate, Mayor, I would, right now. What I want to be sure that we have at a time in the near term, a status report on update on the action plan for the Chateau project, the hole in the ground. I want to be sure that when the matter comes back about the bear-human interface protocol adoption, I think that's been taken care of. I want to be sure that based on comments that have been made by a variety of sources, that the proper care and respect for seniors in the senior plaza is occurring. I want to be sure that, and I think we all do, that the El Dorado Beach erosion control timeline for action is expedited if possible, and I want to thank the Lahontan CEO for setting a meeting the issue was brought to my attention by Councilmember Robbins. And then that I hope that in the near term we have an update and report and status of the Margaritaville conversion and beach retreat upgrades. So it doesn't have to be on this meeting, but that's an expectation that I think are important issues that we need to learn more about later.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jenkins. Let me go to, that's all. Mrs. Horgan, anything?
Mayor, there's a lot there that Councilmember Jenkins mentioned. Nobody seconded anything. Some of those, I could meet with Mr. Jenkins and give him updates that I know. Some of those projects haven't submitted any permits or anything. So, I mean, that'd be my request, is why don't we talk about that first? And if there's a needed item, we'll bring it, but.
Yeah, I guess I just want myself, of course, and you're very good about meeting and conversation, that we all have an update. It can be in a written form of these matters, so that the full council's aware of very important projects. If they haven't submitted plans, that is the report. They haven't submitted the plans. I want to be sure that the business plan, the business assistance plan, the economic development plan that is in a written form, that in fact, that's being implemented on, that the talk and the walk, and I'm sure it is, but the talk and the walk are the same. And I just want to keep track of those and make sure that all of us are aware. It doesn't necessarily have to come back formally until they're ready and you're ready, but I hope ready is sooner than later.
That's fair. I understand, and I'll give that some thought.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
Great. All right, Mr. Robbins.
I had the opportunity earlier, did we meet this week or last week? I've lost track. I can't last week. We met last week, I think. Tahoe time. I had the opportunity to meet with Councilmember Jenkins last week, and we went and visited the emergency repairs that took place at the beach at Lakeview Commons. Those emergency repairs that were carried out midsummer following the storm event that we had in June, I believe it was, that had uncovered and damaged previous emergency repairs that had been buried and quite literally forgotten about. That emergency repair that took place in the summer recovered several dozen plastic barrier bags that had been filled with sand, with more sand to prevent the leaching of plastics, macroplastics, and microplastics into the shoreline. Those emergency repairs have completely eroded in the intervening summer. And all of those bags are now out in the open and degrading and falling apart, leaching multiple types of plastic into the lake. You can go down to the beach we went down to the beach at Lakeview Commons, and you could just scoop up sand and have bits of plastic in your hand quite easily. It was really problematic. And this wasn't some private development that we're trying to go after. This is us doing that. So I was concerned with what I observed. I was concerned with what that indicated for our process in the city, and that indicated a lack of process oversight and process management in Public Works and Parks and Recreation that sort of co-jointly had oversight of this issue. And I talked with staff about it, but I wanted to bring this up in open session as well because I think this is a pretty clear, high-profile environmental problem that we have. And we have not done another round of emergency repairs on that, and we don't know how long the repairs have been undermined. So I would like to see if I can get a second on that. And I know I probably should have done this when I had the ABC.
No worries.
item.
Yeah.
But if there's a second to bring this back to have a discussion on that, just to update council on the repair process. I know we had a vote.
If I may,
earlier.
it's on the agenda for January 27th already.
Oh, is it? I didn't see
Yes.
that.
And
It's
I
on the
think just
APC.
for the record too, I believe
Very good.
that it's a Lahontan and Army Corps of Engineer permitting issue, right?
If
We
I
went
may-
out for an RFP. We're closing RFPs. We're bringing an RFP back for council to consider the fix to the project, but we will also give an update on temporary fixes that we can do in the interim.
Mr. Mayor, may I just, because it was an eye-opener for me when Councilmember Robbins took me down there. I have no fault of staff on anything that's been done. They're trying to deal with the system as it is. What I was delighted, is that we are going to be meeting with the executive officer of Lahontan tomorrow. Is it tomorrow, Wednesday? On site, and we're going to look at it because maybe from the top they can help us to expedite the improvements that are needed and cut through the red tape and get to the solution. And that's what Mr. Letton told me, that they were agreeable to take a look, and we're going to meet on site and do that. And I'm excited about that to help staff do what they want to do.
I think that's the 11th. Wednesday.
Oh, it's 11th, okay.
All right. Well, great. Anything else, Mr. Robbins?
That's it.
All right, great. For me, I have one, actually, we'll ask for a second. I'd like to see if we could bring back our meeting schedule. Last time when we had it, it was late at night, and there's, I think, some changes that are actually considered with these night meetings that I think we should have another discussion and talk about.
Yes.
So if I could have a second.
Yes.
And I don't know if it fits, if it's possible from staff to get it when we're doing council protocols. I don't think it would be that long of a discussion, but I'll completely leave that in your hands to decide. But it may be good to have with all of that. All right, great. With that, we are adjourned.